Do you see me on your screen?
I do, yes. Yes, I do. I see 6 people. 7 now.
I'm not logged in.
Yes, we have 7 now, and you're still on there.
I'm not actually on yet, though. It says I'm in the meeting room.
Wow, I can see him. I could see him before. Now I can see him again.
Now I'm on. So we have our townhouse is okay to go?
Yes, we're all set.
Okay, everybody set to start?
Nope. Oh, not those ones,
Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Pittsfield Town Council. Today is Tuesday, December 21st. We're in council chambers as well as online via Zoom. We'll open the meeting with Pledge of Allegiance followed by a moment of silence.
with allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item is adoption of the minutes of the regular meeting held on December 7th and the special meeting held on December 6th and special meeting held on December 14th.
I move we,
For a motion?
move we adopt the regular meetings held on December 7th, 2021, special meeting held on December 6th, 2021, and special meeting held on December 14th, 2021.
I'll second.
Thank you. Counselors, do you have any additions or corrections for those minutes? Not hearing any. We'll vote for adoption of the minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will pass. Presentations, congratulations, and introductions. Catherine, Community and Economic Development.
Yes, for community and economic development activities and events, I'll be very brief this evening because we do have a lengthy agenda and public hearings that are very important. We are looking for individuals and businesses that would like to be on the Main Street Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committees or would like to attend the meetings even. So we would like to get an interested parties list together. So if anyone would like to be involved with multiple grant projects, an exciting project with millions of dollars coming into the downtown and going through Main Street so that we can have a wonderful sidewalk, some streetscape items in the downtown, wonderful rebuilt in sections or paved Main Street by the Maine Department of Transportation, and then some other little activities that would be wonderful for the community, including bike racks and benches and flowers and other items that always make a downtown interesting. Let us know. Contact the town office at 487-3136. You can contact town manager at pittsfield.org. You can drop by the office and give us a call. We'd like to start up after the holidays. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to public hearings.
Ordinance 21-11. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains the 2022 capital budget be approved as follows. Town offices / computers and digitization, $15,000. Municipal building reserve, $5,000. Police cruiser, $47,480. Police station reserve, $5,000. Library reserve, storm windows project, $15,000. Highway storage tanks, $10,000. Fire rescue one, $35,000. Fire station reserve, $5,000. Public works garage roof and repairs, $10,000. Public works garage reserve, $5,000. Total projects reserves, $152,480. Total projects reserves, $2,808,780. Funding breakdown. Funding by loan being paving, $1 million. Funding by loan being bridge culvert, $70,000. Funding by loan bonding, $587,800. Funding by lease purchase, $840,000. Funding by reserve, $50,000. Funding by special revenues, $8,500. Funding by grants, $50,000. Funding by other resources, $50,000. Total to be raised by taxation, $152,480.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so we will have counselors ask questions and discuss first, and that may answer questions of the audience, and then we'll go to the audience in turn. Counselors, questions or discussion about the capital budget as proposed?
Just really quickly, for protocol, do we have to call to open the public hearing?
Nope,
Okay.
no, we just opened the public
I
hearing.
can't remember, it's been a while.
Yeah, we just opened the public hearing, and then we have to vote to actually pass the
Okay.
ordinance. If
Thank
it's
you.
changed. Well, whether it's changed or not, we have to vote to pass the ordinance. Counselors, any discussion?
Catherine, that fire rescue one item, is that what we're calling for saving for the truck?
Yes, the council had expressed interest in putting away money for the vehicle.
Yes.
The vehicle after the one that's listed here for a bond would be the fire rescue.
Okay.
Any other questions, counselors? Okay, well, Jason?
The paving for $1 million, that doesn't show up in the 2022 budget because we don't have to start paying on that loan until 2023, right?
That would be correct.
So do we know how that's going to impact our 2023 taxes?
Yes, I put information in your council package, so we can go over that.
All right. So we going over it now, or is it later on?
No, if you want to go over
Talk about it now, because we
Okay.
don't want to have
That's
it.
okay, now. So you have your agenda item for the ordinances set to public hearing. And you
Catherine, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We have in our package a revised new business.
Yeah, there's also that too. So I think, why don't we hit the first question, then we'll hit this, with the different changes and everything.
Okay. Well, we got to bring up the changes. We're going to have discussion on it.
Yes, yes. All right, we'll answer the first question first. In your package, you have information on what would take place in 2023. And so we were able to get information on general loans that would take place as of this time. So the estimates are as of now through the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. They've got their device working. They no longer have lease purchases, so I wasn't able to do those. So I put everything together and I ran out different options. So in your package, there is a landscape document which says 2023 at the top. It has 2023 estimated payments. It has the capital project listed that the councils have voted on, at least tentatively, to have in the capital improvement plans. And so, of course, we have to pay for these. The first one is fire engine 3, $600,000. Second one is public works dump truck, $180,000. The third one is public works paving program, $1 million. The fourth one is public works bridge culvert, $70,000. The last one, or fifth one, is public works work truck, it's a smaller truck, but still more than a pickup, $60,000. And so I looked up on some of these 5 years, some 8 years, some 10, 12, 15, 20, 25, and based upon the number of years and the interest rates that were listed for the Maine Municipal Bond Bank at this moment in time, and could change, next year when we go out with an interest rate, at least for the first year, of 0.55, so 0.55 of 1%, so that's very low and very good. If someone was going to borrow money, this would be the time to do it, if they wanted to. The interest rate does, at the end of a 20-year period, go up, so it's in like 3.4. But again, these can change. We could go get a bond next year, and the interest rate could be 1% for the first year, or it could be 0.55. No one knows. But based upon the estimator, or the amortization chart for the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, these are the payments in front of you. And so, looking at the lifespan of the vehicles and what was affordable, we, for example, let's say we got a work truck and it had a 5-year life. We couldn't and wouldn't amortize it over a 25-year period. The first, the bond bank wouldn't let us. The second, it wouldn't be any sensible because its lifespan, it would die out before you got to your later year payments. So I bolded some of these to show you what we could do. For example, the fire engine could be a 15-year bond, with the first year in 2023 being a payment of $48,286. I'm going to round these off. In the Public Works dump truck would be a 5-year with a payment of $37,159.20. For the paving program, that would definitely be a 20-year, $67,300, and we've got 2 years of payments on larger loans, $500,000 for each in 2019 and 2020. So this would join them. The Public Works Bridge culvert, it would be sensible to move it into the paving program, but I'm sure all the projects are going to be vying for the $1 million, so putting the bridge in there or culvert would probably cause a little bit of confusion because you'd always be subtracting it out of the total. So I left that alone as a 5-year, $14,451 for its loan payment. The Public Works work truck, also a 5-year, and that would be $12,386 rounded off. If you could put these all together or put some of them together, it didn't matter. The interest in the cost was the same, so that was interesting to find out. So if we took the combination in bold of $1,910,000, looked at the total 2023 projection as of this moment on what the loan total would be that we would be picking up, it would be $179,583. That would be 0.72 of a mil. So basically 3/4 of a mil. And then I just gave you some other information. I also wrote down, because we were, after asking many federal people and calling different agencies and such, trying to find out if the fire, SCBA, and the tanks could be covered under the American Rescue Act, and unfortunately it cannot. We were unable to get the answer from the federal government, the state government, and all of our contacts. So I gave it to the town attorney, not because I wanted to spend money, but we needed a decision for tonight. And so she explained, and some of us have been concerned in trying to do this, because it states that the personal protective equipment has to be needed because of COVID. And your fire tanks, your tanks are for breathing to go in the fire and be safe and fight it. And the bulletproof vests that we wanted to cover are to protect the officers, So those really aren't items that fight COVID. And so the town attorney said that the items have to be that would help out with COVID, or prevent COVID, or, make it safer, or promote health. So it doesn't really fit. So if, let's say, we added the $180,000 to the budget for a 5-year term, the payment would be $37,159.20, again, as an estimate. So that would add 0.15 of a mil to the tax rate. So as you can see, you're getting up to 0.72 and 0.15, you're headed toward a mil because of all the loans and everything, if you were to get them all. And so that would be in 2023. Now, we do have the option, if in lease purchases, let's say we didn't go with the loans in a lease purchase, we could make a payment the first year, and there are some options in the budget. But you may want to put these items all together, because the interest rate I expect for a general resolution like this would be a lot less than a lease purchase. That's probably up around 2 or 3. They used to be 4 to 6. So that's the basic background information on what would happen in 2023. And right now the interest rate is very low, so it's desirable. It may last for a while.
I got a question. So we've got $1 million, we'll say we start making a payment on the 23rd, 2023. But then we know each year we're going to have to have $1 million. So that 2024, you're going to be at, we'll say, 140,000.
Yeah, you'd be adding on another,
Right.
another part of a mil or a mil.
Right. So we know for the next 15 years,
Yeah.
you're going to be jumping up at least $1 million or more every year.
Yeah, if you did it that way to get the roads taken care of, yes, this
Yeah.
is true. And the
So,
interest rate right now is lower, so it's less of an impact. Likely in 5 years, the interest rate would be higher.
so in 15 years, our mill rate's gonna be 15 mills higher than it is right now.
If you did do that plan,
Yeah.
I doubt that you would, but yes.
Well, to fix all our roads with the present plan we have, that's what you'd have to do.
Yes, that would be correct.
That's gonna be a significant impact to people.
Yeah, unless we find some grant money someplace. So far, nothing has come out from the stimulus program, the American Rescue Act, but a lot more appears to be coming. The big infrastructure bill is coming too.
Roughly, looking ahead, somebody could say 15 years from now, just generically, their taxes are gonna be $1,500 to $2,000 higher than they are now, roughly.
If you follow through with this every year, yes.
Yeah.
I suspect what will happen is you'll do it for a few years, or do it every other year. Those are options. It'll just take longer.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you don't build it in the plan, then we're in the place that we're in now, and we have just horrible infrastructure that's going to take more money to fix.
Yep, that would
So
be
it's really
true.
kind of a double-edged sword here, right?
It is. And that's why it is this way, because each year the councils before you would go look at the costs, I get this all together, and some years they would say no loans, and other years they would say a loan. So this is the 2023 information, and then we have other information that I put in front of you this evening regarding the changes that we had, because what got set to public hearing, because it was back in November, and we have to set it at least 30 days ahead. And so we'd only made a couple of changes. And so what we decided to do a number of years ago is just to put, set to public hearing the original budget, and then go through all the changes at the meeting. There haven't been a lot of changes, but there have been more than usual. So there's a handout out to the public and a handout that I passed out this evening, and let's go through that. The original budget, when you have the capital budget that is paid for with tax dollars and the municipal budget, is in the original document projected at an estimated $4,590,101. And so through the budget sessions, you made some changes. On November 3rd, there were additional cemetery equipment and supplies in 2 accounts, monies that were added to move the cemetery forward in the future. On 11/16, you switched the police floors, which were in the budget, to the capital budget. And overall, that doesn't make any change because it went from operational to capital. But it impacts each of the budgets. But overall, on taxes, it doesn't have an impact. On 11/16, the police budget revision, some changes were made, totaling $1,798. Also, additional police equipment bolo wraps were added. This is an additional request. So those additional requests, it ended up, it was in the budget, we took it out, and the additional requests are at the end of the budget book. And so you look at them separately so that you're looking at apples to apples.
The line on police budget revision to operating budget, that's a negative 1798.
Yeah, we've taken out.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes, so some of those have minus signs.
Right, okay.
So
Thank
the
you.
additional police equipment, bolo wraps, those are put in because that's a great idea. Instead of using the taser, it's a non-lethal option and something new. And then a few dollars left, you probably just would have had it in the budget anyway. But that was adding $5,838. On 11/16 also, instead of adding a position back, because we have less positions in the town now than we had 20 years ago, but more work, the council did promote adding in 3 days of assistance for finance clerk for the counter, so we can wait on the customers faster and be able to concentrate on projects. That is $22,190. That is just straight time, no benefits. It's a part-time position for 3 days. So those were the items that you had taken care of and officially voted on. And then the capital part of the budget, You had the radio repeater for 5,000, and like, that could be zero. It could be 2,000, it could be 5,000, and we were told it likely would be less, so that's 5,000 to make the signals better in certain parts of the town, because we had great improvement a number of years ago with a grant that Bernard got, our fire chief, but there are still dead areas. On 11/16, we have, we're very interested in and wanted to take care of the additional self-contained breathing apparatus. So that was an additional request. It really should be in the capital budget. It's with the tanks, and it would take care of the entire fire department. And Bernard had explained to us that we can't do half and half. We were trying to do different things to cut down the impact. It sort of had to all go together. So that's $180,000. We got the bright idea that we would put that through the American Rescue Plan. However, legally we found that that does not fit. It does say personal protective equipment, but it says to prevent COVID and for health reasons. And this apparatus is to protect the firefighters so they can go in and fight the fire. 11/16/2021, we also switched the police floors to the capital budget. And again, zero impact overall, but it does increase the capital budget by $15,000. So the overall impact to date as of prior to this meeting was a total budget of $4,803,581. That's an increase of $213,480. We were looking for funding for the $180,000, but so far haven't found it. So it would be better to put this in as a loan with its first payment in 2023 rather than trying to add it to the budget, and I'll show you why shortly. We did have some other items that we needed to look at. We talked about these items are going to take place, and we needed to get the figures and everything. So the health insurance rates came in. Unfortunately, it was a decrease. So a decrease from our 5% estimate that we were given by the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust. And so it's actually 2%. So we were able to subtract throughout the entire budget $8,247. It wasn't a lot, but it helped. The workers' compensation rates, the final came in, and that was, we're in the worst year because of several items that had happened, including a long-term workers' comp case that's been going on for several years, and then some incidences in the police department and public works department, even prior to the summer when we had incidences. So those departments are really going to be hit with higher amounts. And this is after we went through desperately to try to get some credits, which we got a whole bunch of credits, and we got an incentive package too, but we still have an increase of $50,435 overall. Next year will be less, the year after will be less, and then we'll be out of this. I remember the days when our workers' comp rates would go down, but it's not at this time. First Park first payment, fortunately it will be $3,752 less because there's been more development in First Park, so this is the first time it's gone down this much, so we can subtract that out. So then that gives us the overall impact to date, and then we need the loan for the SCBA, which would mean that we would take that out of the budget. We had some outstanding questions and answers to take place. The recreation budget, I was going to attach that, but I didn't because you already got a copy of it. But the recreation committee made some changes in the budget, and going over their budget and then the town budget that had been put together, they did not use the recreation concessions as a revenue source, and we can do that. So that will save $5,000 on the budget. So we should do that, and that's a good thing. And then they did a really good thing of moving, making a building maintenance account and moving those costs out of the general supplies. So that was really good. In their budget, they had minimum wage as a different amount than it's going up again on January 1. So I would recommend we use the town's budget, but do the breakdown that the Recreation Committee had of the general supplies being moved to the building maintenance account so that we've got some good building maintenance projects. The recreation field improvements is something that there was some monies for Manson Park that were in the budget, and we were told that we didn't have to pay for the field work and setting up the fields and putting the paint down and everything. And we haven't paid for that for a couple of years now. So that brought us to the fact that the Hawthorne Park Diamond is it's been worked on by volunteers. They did a good job, but it's not all taken care of. And so to do that, it's been quoted $7,000 to $11,000 at the last meeting. And then we got a quote dropped off a few minutes before 5 for Hawthorne Park, which Mr. Bertrand got for us. And so the scope of work is to undercut and remove existing turf from the diamond, undercut and remove existing turf 4 feet off the sidelines, 8 feet off the back arc and behind the home plate, remove weed growth from infield, remove existing mound, power rake the whole area to remove the lips and smooth surface, prep the diamond and outside edges for sod, source and install approximately 5,900 square feet of bluegrass sod, supply and install 20 yards of infield material for the infield and 2-foot runways, install new pitching mound, pitching rubber, and home plate, which just sounds really good. Estimated project cost is $7,700. And then they talk about how the sod has to be saturated. So this would be a capital project and go in the capital budget if you were interested in it. It's not added in anywhere here at this time. But we just got that price, which is why it isn't. It was $7,000 to $11,000. I don't have it in the total figures yet. We also had people had asked about the animal shelter costs, and so that is a small cost, and we will just put that in the ACO budget and move things around. There's no need to add in 379.05. The computer upgrade, at least as of the figure I was given last week, I was able to come up with the money. I was handed, as I came down here to the meeting, a new handout on the computer upgrade with new prices, and so I haven't read it yet. It has a higher figure on it, but we'll have to figure out something. And then the police chief needs $24,000 for 16 sets of bulletproof vests with carriers. And so I would recommend, he's got money in the budget. He can purchase a few sets from the budget now. We can't purchase them all because the supply lines, you can run over, but you don't want to run over by 24,000 because that would be questioned by the auditor. But you could purchase quite a few, and that would get things going. There may be grant funds for that too. You may want to add some money to the budget.
Catherine, a couple questions. If we can go back to the recreation, the question about the field. That project came about because we were talking about not having to pay, was it $4,000
Yes.
this year and then $4,000 next year? So do we need to can we just pay that out of the operating budget from this year, what's left over, and then next year, and then just keep the budget the same instead of putting it into capital?
All right, so what you're saying is that the field maintenance monies, it seems like it's a capital project, and we should put it in the capital budget.
Well, are there funds from the outstanding budget there that we could roll over?
There's funds for field, it's called field maintenance, $4,000 in the budget now, which we don't have to pay.
Catherine, isn't this technically field maintenance though? Because you're taking care of the field, then it's
Yeah.
field maintenance. We're just doing it in a larger project instead of over the course of the summer. So it still meets the guideline of being field maintenance, so we don't have to add it to capital.
All right, the only reason why I'm saying add it to capital is because we're trying to put the, we talked about trying to put the capital projects actually in the capital budget rather than, sort of melding them together in the operational budget. But if you wanted to carry forward and add to the carry forward motion this evening, $4,000 from the recreation budget, you can do that. We'll carry it forward.
I mean, that's the whole reason this discussion came forward, is because we said we have $4,000 we didn't have to pay this year, and we were told we wouldn't have to pay next year. So that's $8,000, so we don't have to increase tax rate.
So this is a project that has been on the capital improvement plan for a while, so it currently is on there, it just wasn't funded.
So does it make a difference? So if we put it into capital, and are we gonna reduce the operating budget this year and next year? Well, we have money left over this year in recreation because we budgeted for the $4,000, but we haven't spent it. So we have that money left over now. If we don't plan on putting it into the 2022 budget, because we know we're not gonna have to pay that fee, do we then reduce the recreation budget by $4,000 to that item?
The problem is then it won't get put back
Yeah,
in.
we talked about that.
That's why
And
we're
it-
Right, I'm trying to figure out, like, if we put it into capital, what happens to the operating
I mean,
budget?
they neglected the maintenance of that field for a long time, so it's really just maintaining that field
It's fixing the maintenance that we
that
left.
they didn't do for several years or something like
Right,
that.
no, I understand.
So it's
I'm
all
trying to
maintenance.
figure out,
Whether they
what do
spent
we do
it
with the
down.
budget? Like, we're not gonna need those 4,000, if we're gonna put it into capital and fund it as a capital project, you're not gonna do $4,000 of maintenance on a brand new field in 2022. So would we be reducing the budget for for field maintenance for 2022 because it's going to be a new field through a capital project?
All right, so right now, the recreation budget that was put forward a couple of months ago did not have the $4,000 in it.
So it already wasn't in there.
It was already not in it. Yeah, field maintenance is zero.
But the one we went over did have it in it.
The
And
one
you
that the
recommended we
recreation
use the
committee
town.
brought in was higher, yes.
I really feel uncomfortable removing that line item, knowing that we could potentially have to pay it later.
I just don't want to pay it twice.
No,
don't wanna
I
pay it as a
agree.
capital project and then put it into the budget too.
I would ask for this particular project that we keep it under field and maintenance. I understand the conflict in that it's already a line item in the capital thing, but to move it from one budget, operating budget, to the next one, considering how that money is typically spent, and we know we don't have to spend it that way, I worry about future councils not putting that money in, and then we have no field maintenance, and we have a brand new field that just gets overrun again.
Ben has his hand up, so I'm going to jump in and have Ben. Ben, did you want to comment on the field item? Or was there another item in the rec budget?
Yeah, I could, do you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. So the field maintenance piece, I agree, if you roll it to the capital, you're not going to spend obviously on the field side of it. It's really up to the council. There's a laundry list of other maintenance items that need to be done between bleachers, the building has roof issues, door issues, plumbing issues. There's a bunch of issues down in the playground area, so it definitely has need. It's really just, how much the council wants to fund towards those needs. So that's really the decision for you guys. On the, that's really all I had on that. There are many things that need attention, that could go towards, if you didn't use it for the field. On the rec budget piece, I just had a question on, Kathy, you mentioned about the concession revenue, and I know this isn't the public piece, so I apologize for so early. Can you explain what that means, where the $5,000 being recognized as revenue versus staying in the special accounts?
So what the town has done over the years, the recreation concessions monies has been used to supplement the sports accounts as they needed to be supplemented. Often it was football because of the cost of the equipment. And it was also utilized because the town employees were working on the sport activities, and the recreation concessions account is the account that generates the revenue. So that was always placed against the budget to reduce the cost to the taxpayers. So we would bring in at the end of the year $5,000 each year.
Maybe we talked about it, but I called it the last meeting. That's the one I would strongly encourage the council to not do. if we brought in $5,000 in concessions, I'd be amazed. And every one of those dollars is necessary. We don't bring in enough on registration fees to even cover the cost of officials, let alone improve equipment, buy uniforms. That's all being fundraised and donated, and it's in sad shape. So any concessions we spend has got to stay in those special accounts because it's so necessary to even maintain the stuff we have. By taking $5,000 of it into the rec department and supplementing the rec director's budget, it really, really handcuffs us with basically no money left. We pay $900 for 2 officials for 2 home football days. We don't even bring in that much registration.
So some of the special.
So I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know if that came up at the last meeting, or if it did, I apologize that I missed it, but that was one that we tried to highlight when we submitted our budget to not count on those concessions. But I mean, especially this year, I don't think we sold $500 worth of concessions. And we definitely did net 500, because we haven't been selling them, obviously. I want to speak for the committee. We desperately need those funds. Our uniforms and jerseys and equipment is in pretty sad, embarrassing shape when we go to these other towns. We really got a lot of ground to make up.
So we'll also probably need to look at the fees too for the recreation programs.
Absolutely. I saw that later in the agenda, and I didn't realize that had to get voted on right during this meeting. We have a winter objective to go through all those fees and make a few proposed modifications. I didn't know if that's available to do later in the year or if it had to be done at budget time.
So we didn't get, we gave that to the rec director. All the departments got a copy of the fees and were asked to comment on them. We have a few departments that did comment, and some said everything was fine, and some, didn't comment on it.
Okay, that's unfortunate. That didn't get back to the committee. Anyway, that's all I have. I just wanted to share that for the council to consider.
Okay, thank you.
So just for history, and it's fine if we don't want to use it, it just means there'll be more taxpayer dollars. For history, it was thought when the whole sports activities were taken over that some of the funds from the sporting accounts should be used to subsidize the rec director, and that's sort of how it all got set up in the beginning. So that's just a history. All right, did you have another question?
I was just kind of thinking about the, relying on concession sales in order to do that is not a very reliable source of income for the program or for that department, and that it would be better off not budgeting that because it is such a variable amount. And this year and then last year, there wasn't really concessions sold, and the programming was disrupted by COVID, so there wasn't as much attendance at the games and things like that. So I would have concerns about using that on a regular basis just because it is such a fluctuating number and has so many different things that could affect it. So I think that we need to look at a more stable source of revenue for that. Whether that be definitely, if the actual fees for the kids playing doesn't even cover the uniforms and the officials, that's a small portion of it. Never mind the maintenance on the field and all those other things we've been talking about. So the fees would definitely need to be adjusted. And if they're not prepared to do adjustments right now, I think that they can be done later on. We've done that before, so that's definitely something when the committee has done an assessment on that and is ready to come back and do that. It would definitely be looked at. It's unfortunate that it wasn't done in time for the budget because that does adjust the revenues going in, so we have to make up the difference. If we know we have these expenses, we have to come up with a revenue for it somehow. And it sounds like that would be, if it's not available from the concessions money, then it would be from tax dollars, so we need to be able to plan on that. And back to the field item, if we already have $4,000 that we've assessed tax dollars for in order to do field maintenance, is it possible, although this is a whole project of $7,700, can we use this year's $4,000 for the project and then only do $3,700 into the capital program in order to fund it? Can we kind of split the difference on it so we're not increasing it the entire amount?
So we can add to the carry forward motion to take the $4,000 out of the rec budget and carry that forward. And then, because the remainder is around $3,700, because the pricing is pretty good, that should actually be put in in the 2022 budget, because it's a small amount to put $3,700,
Right.
on for a year on the capital plan.
So in effect, that gives us the carry forward to pay for a capital project instead.
So what you're saying, the number 2 on the sheet, rec field improvements as a CFP project, $11,000. So that actually, if we carry the $4,000 forward, it'd be $3,700.
Those were
Right.
this was just an estimate put together
Right.
this afternoon.
Right. They're all estimates till we get the bill in hand. But if we could change that $11,000 down to $3,700, using the $4,000 that are in 2021's budget as a carry forward,
You can do that.
kind of a no-brainer to me.
You gotta put the 5,000.
But we're not decreasing the rec budget for years to come, right?
No, I mean, you'd still be assuming that $4,000 line item for field maintenance is in the budget for 2022 as well, and $3,700 of it is going to be going to putting in the new infield.
Right. And then the year after
The year after, the $4,000 would still be there for maintenance.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate what Ben said about how there's lots of other projects that can be done, that the money's needed, but that's true in all of our departments. So if we want to have, this is a major project that the town's been looking at, and it was suggested, I think, 4 or 5 years ago to be done. So this is an opportunity to get it done and be done with it, and then go forward with the maintenance funds and a plan from the committee, what gets done each year to maintain that field and keep it in good condition.
One comment I have on this is that I'm really concerned that we have $4,000 in that budget, and Ben came on and said we got this and this and this and this and this, yet for the whole year nothing gets done. I'm concerned about that. It's in there, the money's available, but no action has been taken. So here we are at the end, having to scramble essentially to rebuild the entire field, where theoretically it could have been kept up over the last 4 or 5 years, and we wouldn't have had this conversation. This, just for the record, the department needs to be a bit more proactive in taking care of that. If you have $4,000 in your budget, not a penny was spent for maintenance, I'm concerned.
So usually the $4,000 is a payment to Manson Park for doing, for utilizing their fields for maintenance, but they're not assessing that fee for 2021 or 2022. But usually it's a fee that we pay to Manson Park Association for use of the field. So it's not usually like money that's built into the budget just for, it says field maintenance, but it goes to Manson Park for maintenance of the field.
We should
programs are used.
actually write what it actually is.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is true.
Mike, we weren't aware that wasn't getting paid this year, and I don't know if the captain was either until Paul clarified.
No, I understand.
We certainly would have put it towards the projects.
No, I understand that, Ben. That's my whole point. The communication is not there apparently, and it needs to improve a little bit, because we really should not be in this kind of situation.
Yeah, no, if we had capital improvements that are in our court that we had pulled together, we had put final numbers together to bring back to the council, that's totally on us. So we're delinquent in that too. So we definitely take ownership there.
Tim?
I got a question, if I could just address Ben Hall for a minute. Ben, when this project passes and this money is spent on that, would the Recreation Committee look at making like a schedule for a yearly maintenance to keep that updated on Ledge Field? Because if they do it that way, it's going to be a lot cheaper for the council to swallow. It's going to be a lot easier for your rec department, because you won't have anywhere near the urgency and stuff to do it. I think you're going to find once it's where it should be, with the 4,000, I think it'd be fairly reasonable to maintain if we do it on a yearly basis. that'd be something you'd be willing, to think the committee would be willing to do, look at it and maybe give it and share that with the council and the town manager next year. I won't be here, but just food for thought.
Yeah, the document we're pulling together is a capital improvement and annual maintenance plan. So it has, two parts to it. And again, this is one of those things that if you do your maintenance, you only need to do this every 10, 12, maybe up to 15 years. If you don't delay them, it's going to get bad and it's going to curl up, and 5 or 6 years in, you're going to have a rutted up field that gets tripped and get hurt and take balls to the face and everything else. So maintenance is essential, you're right.
I don't care how small, big a project is, I don't see maintenance costs going down in the next 5 years, so it'd be nice to have that field be nice, pay for it once, and then maintain it at a reasonable cost each year. Like you said, I agree, my communication's a big thing. If we all communicate on it, so we all know what page we're on, and I think you guys do a good job. But if we get that field all redone so it's all doable, I'd really love to see that maintained each year. X amount of money to go into it so that we don't have to redo the whole thing. Maybe 10, 12 years is different, but you know what I'm saying? I think it just makes sense.
Yeah, you're spot on, Tim, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thanks, Tim. So, at this point, does anybody have anything new to offer to the conversation about either the field maintenance or moving those funds? Okay. Catherine, we don't do this very often. Do we need a motion to move something over to the carry forward?
Yeah, we can, well, it's later on the agenda, we just have to remember to add the $4,000 from the recreation account into the carry forward account further on in the agenda, which we will do.
You put 5,000 back in there?
At 4,000.
4,000.
Yeah, but you put 5,000 back in there too? Right now you got 0 for concessions, right? So you're putting 5,000 back in?
All right, what would happen on the recreation budget, when we get to that one, we'll have to add more money into the recreation budget, yes. Yeah, and I would agree, in past years, there was a ton of money in recreation concessions, and you could buy all kinds of items for the sports accounts that didn't make a lot of money or had trouble breaking even. Some of them never needed anything bought from their recreation concessions, like soccer, for example. Basketball did really well too, but the others sometimes didn't. But now, things are not open as much, and so it would be difficult to, continue to use that.
We certainly don't want to put ourselves in a place where we're negative.
Yeah, we wouldn't, but yes, you could possibly do that if you want to. This is true.
Okay, I made notes of those. Any other discussions on the other items here that Catherine went through on the revisions to the original budget?
Catherine, I just want to clarify really quickly, the 37,000 or almost 38,000 we were looking at for the computer upgrade stuff, you're able to use money that was already in those reserve accounts, so we don't have to add it to the
I was able to until a few minutes ago when I got handed an upgraded figure. So at this point, yes, and I'll have to figure out how to come up with more money if possible. Yeah, I had it.
So it's about, what, 5,000?
It looks like another 5,000. Right now, we're on the capital budget, and then we'll finish up with the operational one.
But wasn't that going to be a capital improvement budget item, the upgrades?
It was, and it does have some monies allocated in 2022 and 2021. So as of late this afternoon or just before the meeting, we were all set, but now we got to find another 5,000, which we will somehow.
So does that need to be added into the capital improvement budget?
I'm thinking that may be a good thing to do. Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
So So if we wanted to go to a sheet that I had given you that is the town council meeting revisions to original budget presentation that has the motions that are on the resolutions, ordinances that have the motions that are on the agenda. I took the agenda sheet and just put different updates in it. I'll show you what I did, and we'll see if that's what you're interested in doing, and if not, we'll do something different. Because you will have amendments to the budget. And so that would be original, just an agenda sheet, one of the several sheets that you got this evening. And so it says public hearings ordinance on the top, and then it says ordinance 21-11 public hearing. And so I added in, underlined, and put in bold the changes to the original capital budget. So we've got add police radio repeater, 5,000, and we've got add police floors, and the 15,000 came from the budget, the police budget, and reduced it and went into the capital budget. So as of when I put this together, I thought it would be 172,480. It might need to be changed and have 5,000 added to it.
Catherine?
Yes.
That 15,000, I thought that was a done deal, taken out of the police budget, already in, already accounted for, done, we moved on. Why are we putting it in the capital?
Because you decided to take it out of the police budget, so it made the operational budget 15,000 less, and you moved it to the capital, so we have to add it to the capital budget. It'll get lost and not done. It'll be zero.
It was one of the budget meetings.
So, if that was done at a previous meeting, why was that not in the original agenda amount?
Because that was set to public hearing before we
Yeah.
had the
Way back.
workshops. Before we had the budget workshop, where we made the change, we set it to public hearing with the original amount.
Okay.
So the changes to the capital budget right now is the radio repeater, the police floor for 5,000, the police floors for 15, and you think 5,000 for the computer upgrade?
I think we'll have to put in an additional 5,000 for computers and digitization. And basically, there won't be any digitization because it's all going to be used for the computer project.
And the balance of the computer upgrades is found in the 2022 operating budget.
Correct. Yes.
I'm sorry, 2021,
Yeah.
this year's
Yeah.
operating budget.
We've got it in both, yes. So continuing on, and we'll go back and put in the 5,000 if we desire to do so. For the total projects and reserves, all the funding is listed below. And then there would be a change if you wanted to add in to have a loan on the back page for the SCBA tank to get this done. So that would be adding 180,000 in. And that would change your total at that time without the 5,000 from $2,808,780 to $3,008,780.
So, I seem to be asking obvious questions here.
No, it's okay.
I know,
It's okay.
but I have a question on the 180,000 for the SCBA tanks loan. It's obviously under capital improvement, but it's not listed. Am I missing something here? Was that in the original fire budget?
It was not. It was listed as an additional item, but the Finance Committee decided rightly so, it should not be an additional, it should be in the capital budget.
Okay.
So it moved over during the deliberation.
So that never reflected into the fire department budget?
Correct.
Okay. That, all right, probably the same answer from the previous question. Okay, thank you.
So Catherine, could you make sure that I'm correct in assuming this? If we didn't do the 180,000 as a loan and we did it on the tax bill, we're looking at another 0.72 mil increase.
Yes, from everything that you've done to date, the other items here tonight, and if you took the $180,000 and put it into the budget, $180,000 would be 0.72 of a mil on
Okay.
just the municipal part, and then we have the school budget and the county budget.
And then if we did it as a loan, it wouldn't increase until 2023,
That would be correct.
and that would be 0.15 over 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, I really don't like loans, but if you're gonna borrow money, the interest rate is so low, it's amazing.
So, Catherine, because we're adding in the $5,000, the total raised by taxation would be $177,480 for the capital.
That would be correct.
Okay.
And then we would add 5,000 to the next line, so it would be 3,013,780.
I don't know where that next line is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where all the funding sources are? On the other sheet. Yeah, on this sheet. On the regular, like a regular agenda sheet. That has, yes. So going down to the bottom where it says total project reserves, it was 2.8
Oh, I see
million.
it.
Yeah, it'll be 3,013,780.
That's with the computer upgrade in, correct, Catherine?
Correct. I think we just have to do this and get it over with.
We can't keep pushing it off because it's going to keep going up.
Yeah.
Councilors, do you have any other questions about this portion of ordinance 21-1 for the public hearing? There's a couple people on virtual that had a couple questions. Eric Saucier, you had your hand up at the beginning. Did your question get answered in the course of discussion?
I'm not really, so it's more of a concern, not necessarily a question, but you guys are looking at a lot of documents that I don't know if I don't have access to or I don't know where to get them. Is there a place that the citizens can get a copy of the budget or the changes or, I mean, I have the agenda, but that's all I have. So it's hard to listen in and have intelligent input because I don't know where to get the information from.
So there's a section on the documentation. There's a whole section that has all the budget documents in it. However, I just finished doing these documents like at 5:30. So we just added this all up. So I do apologize for that. This is abnormal, but there's never this many changes is the problem. So I can go through them all.
It seems, honestly, it seems more like a workshop than it does like a hearing. It just seems like there's a lot of changes, a lot of things moving around. It doesn't seem like it's ready to be finalized to me. Is that normal or is that?
It's not normal.
I'm new to this too, so I'm asking the question because I'm new to it.
Eric, it isn't normal. Usually we just have a couple of changes, but as the budgets get tighter and there's more and more items that people want to do, there's been more and more changes. So this year is abnormal in the number of changes.
And some of this year, we're waiting to hear about what we could actually use that ARPA funding for too.
That was a
I
problem.
mean, if we could have used ARPA funding for some of these items, then we wouldn't have to be making changes to the budget as well.
Okay, yeah, understood.
Okay. I don't know who this is, but it says iPad 97. You had your hand up earlier. Did you still have a question about something?
Thank you. It's Amber Quinn.
Hi, Amber.
I was kind of saying the same thing as Eric. I mean, I do have a budget book, and I am logged on to the council packet, and it still seems like I'm not seeing any of the documents that you guys are discussing. I mean, I am kind of on the agenda. It lists those items, and then down below in the council packet, there's a little bit of other information, but it seems like you guys are definitely looking at a different document than I am.
So I took the totals. The total sheet previously is on the budget documentation sheet, but this afternoon we added everything up. And so I can go through all this so that you can see exactly what we're adding very easily. On ordinance 21-11, you have that on your agenda, and you have the agenda sheet. And so there are two items being added. And then another item that's just come up here at the meeting, which nobody has on their sheet. So under the town offices, computers, digitization, there's a listing of items, and you go down to where yours would say Public Works Garage Reserve, because that was the original motion and budget that was put together. And so we're going to say,
Yeah, and I've actually been fortunate enough to watch all of the budget meetings, so I have followed along in my book, so I kind of know what's going on. I mean, I know the things you're talking about because I listened to them at the meetings. I was just for the actual, summarized document for tonight's hearing, and it just doesn't seem to match up. But I guess I understand it just hasn't been updated yet. Now, typically, though, this would be on the agenda packet section, or should I be looking in the budget document section?
no, it would be on the agenda sheets. We have had several things happen at the very end here, and we got a decision on what could be included in the American Rescue funding that's later on the agenda, and that just came in this afternoon. So basically...
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So basically on ordinance 21-11, we're going to be adding the police radio repeater at $5,000. We're going to be adding the police floors $15,000, and we're going to be adding the computer upgrade. We're going to add $5,000 to the town office's computer digitization to get the project done with the additional quote, which we're going to do to me as I came downstairs this evening. So the $15,000 will become $20,000. So that gives us a total, for total projects reserves, $177,480. And then on the total projects reserves, where the figure was $2.8 million, it's actually going to be $3,013,780, because we just got the decision on the fact that we cannot use the American Rescue funding for the SCBA tanks that we wanted to use it for. So we had to add the $180,000 has to become part of that. It gets subtracted out as a revenue source because it will be a loan being considered as a revenue. And then we'll have the $5,000 gets into the total for the computer upgrade, which just happened. So the bottom line, that will be taxation will be $177,480. Thank you.
The last question that I had regarding this was one of the last items mentioned on outstanding questions and answers was about the bulletproof vest. You said some of this could be funded in the 2021 budget, and then there might also be grant funding available for it, so we do not need to add that into the capital budget.
I think because of the amount of funding that's left in the police budget, that you could buy several of the units and the carriers without any issues. We wouldn't buy 24, obviously, because there's monies left in the equipment line, which could be used. We could go a bit over so you could get, several of the units. You couldn't buy 24, though. There may be grant funding available. The big infrastructure part of the American Rescue is coming, and there may be other funding that's available.
And it says 16 sets, but the bulletproof vests are tailored per officer, so wouldn't we just need one set per officer?
Yes.
Or does that also this includes all of our reserve officers as well as part-time as well as full-time?
Yes. So
Okay.
there's 8 regulars and 8 reserves, and not all the positions are filled on the reserves.
Okay.
So
So not all of this needs to be funded right now anyway, because we don't actually have all the bodies to put in the vests right now.
That would be correct. But you do want to get some, and I would suggest that we just have the monies that are in the police budget, which is quite substantial, that we could have some of the bulletproof vests, the ones that need them, get them.
So we're not addressing that right now, it's just a...
Not unless you want to add that in and make it a capital item.
Do they have any bulletproof vests right now?
Yes, they have them.
Oh, they do?
Yes, but what happens is they run out after 5 years.
They
They're
have to
good
be
for
replaced
5
every
years.
so often. Catherine, could you quantify some? How many are some vests? I'm a little concerned if we don't make sure they have money to buy the vests that they have to buy. Especially where we're seeing an increase in violence in our town, unfortunately.
Well, I would think that there's sufficient funding to get 8 for, the ones for the full-time officers that work all the time. But some of their vests are fine at this point because they're newer.
Yeah, but do we know actually what is in the budget? Can we put a number to that? Do we know how many? I'm concerned too. I mean, you say some. What does that mean?
So I don't have the list of when the vests run out. The police department did make up a list because they couldn't find it. So not all the vests run out this year or next year. Some run out, 3 or 4 years down the road, and we may be able to get grant funding for it. If you just wanted to take care of the whole issue and not go look for grant funding or see if there's money in the infrastructure monies that are coming, I mean, you could just budget the $24,000 now.
No, I guess my question is, do we know what is left in the budget, and based on the at $1,500 average price, do we know how many vests can actually be bought from the 2021 budget?
It would depend on what other items the police department is going to buy, but at this point, they would have sufficient funding to, buy 6 or 8 of these without any issue whatsoever, and maybe more.
So anyone that's a new officer in the last year would already have a vest.
Yes,
That would be
yes.
good for at least another 4 years.
Because it's built, it's for them. We had to get the vest when we got all of their uniforms, so there's several new officers, so they would have new vests.
Eric, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it made the budget, and the chief thought we needed it, why is it, if it's not needed, why is it in there, I guess? If he thinks it's needed, he's kind of an expert in his field, do we not know the schedule of new vests? Like, do we not know when they're expired, or we just padding a number, or is it real, like it was need to happen?
Some of this may be a wish list, Eric. I'd like to have
Well,
that.
that's dangerous, right? If everyone puts a wish list together, it's not taken seriously. So, that's exactly what I'm concerned about, Mike, honestly. I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm saying if you put it in there, departments need to make sure that if it goes in there, it's an actual need, because if everyone pads everything, the budget's way out of whack. I mean, you're allocating way more money than what's actually needed.
Okay.
And it will get spent regardless.
I think it's my understanding, though, these are a special kind of vest. These are not their typical vest. This is to change from a vest that is not ergonomical and can cause, it allows them to no longer have to have the belt. They're able to carry stuff on the vest instead of the belt, and the belt is causing issues for a lot of officers. It's actually a standard that's being changed. So if I remember when the chief was talking to us about this item, that was the change, is it's to upgrade to keep them in an ergonomic, which makes them safer, status. So it's not just about, do we need vests? It is an entire upgrade. It's not just ensuring that they have bulletproof vests. Which is why I'm concerned if we don't have the money for them to do that, we could be looking at potential injuries.
But like Eric said, you're getting at the point of, is it a nice to have or is it a need? If you already have a bulletproof vest and it's not expired, you still can use that one, and not just because it's the latest gadget, latest thing out, that you want to buy the newest one.
I'm also thinking too, Brent, though, about the terms of the fact that we're seeing, because of incidences that have happened out of the police officers' controls, a workers' comp thing that's going to go up. And do we really want to take a chance of having workers' comp issues because we didn't spend the money to buy the vests?
You're speculating on that.
It's all speculation.
I know. but-
So at this point, we do not have in front of us a database of how many vests are running out, how many we have, and when they run out. We do not have that information in front of us this evening. And a specific request was not put in. This is just 16 sets would cover and upgrade all of the vests with the new carriers, which are the front forward-facing carriers instead of the belts, as Amanda was talking about. So at this point, Catherine has let us know that we can pay for some of these in 2021 budget items and equipment funds that are left over from 2021. So some of these can be purchased. We also know that we don't need to purchase all 16 sets of them right away because we have several new officers that have just joined that already have new vests. And if those vests have lifetime left on them, they should be utilizing those until they need to be switched out. So I don't see this, as Brent said, I don't see this as an item that we need to fund the entire thing tonight or even add to the budget for tonight for 2022 because we know we have funding left over in the 2021 budget. I just wanted to my question to Catherine was just to make sure that this did not need to be included because we're talking about finalizing our capital budget, which I would really like to do in the next 3 to 4 minutes because we have a long agenda tonight. And I think we're getting lost in the weeds.
We'll try to make sure that as much of the funding in 2021 is used for this purpose.
We know we have 4 new officers that have just recently been hired, and then Officer Cochran, younger Officer Cochran, came on just 2 years ago, so his vest would be relatively new as well. So that would be at least 5 vests that would be on the newer side that we would not need to be purchasing right away. Just quick math of what we've got from people and when. Are you all comfortable not adding more to this? Okay. All right. Are we at a position now that we can vote, make an amendment to the ordinance 21-11 with the final numbers that Catherine gave us, or do we have more questions about the funding? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We'll look for a motion. Our new projects and reserves should be 177,480. Total projects and reserves should be $3,013,780. That includes $5,000 to complete the computer upgrade, $15,000 added for the police floors, $5,000 added for the radio repeater.
I'll make a motion, we vote and accept ordinance 21-111 as amended for total project reserves, 177,480, which includes $5,000 for the police radio repeater, $15,000 for the police floors, and $5,000 for computer upgrades, with a total project reserves of $3,013,780.
Second.
Thank you, Pete.
Do we have to also include in that motion, though, the loan for the tanks? Because that wasn't in the original.
It's not necessary, but it is all right to do it because that is what makes up the $3,013,780. So I was just going to list it. So we'll list add funding by loan for the SCBA tanks, $180,000.
I just didn't know that had to be.
Right, but that's already part of the revised. What we read was the adding in the different of the amounts too.
Now we've read it all.
I can resubmit to include the 180,000 for the additional funding by loan for the SCBA tanks,
Okay, and
if you choose.
that's fine. And then if Pete agrees to that, since he seconded your motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, and we've added in the mention of the funding by loan. Thank you. All those in favor of the amended ordinance 21-11, please say aye. Any opposed? And that will pass as amended.
Ordinance 21-12, public hearing. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains that the 2022 operating budget in the amount of $4,437,621 be approved, and the total sum of $7,246,401 be appropriated, being the operating plus capital budget, and further, that $2,301,435 be raised through taxation, that $1,500,870 be raised from estimated revenues, that $637,796 be appropriated from state revenue sharing, that $840,000 be appropriated from lease purchase, that $1,657,800 be appropriated from loans bonds, that $50,000 be taken from reserve funds, that $8,500 be appropriated from special revenues, that $50,000 be appropriated from grants, that $50,000 be appropriated from other revenue sources, and that an additional sum of $150,000 be taken from undesignated fund balance.
I move we set ordinance 21-12 to discussion for vote.
This is a public hearing.
Yep, my apologies.
A little bit ahead, just hold that thought for a
Yep,
minute.
I'm sorry.
Or 10.
I move I be quiet for the next 5 minutes. Everyone seconds?
Could we just hear what the actual amounts are for the changes that we have right now, Catherine, please?
Yes. And so the actual amounts, at least through right now, without adding in anything with the recreation budget or other things, is a total for the 2022 operating budget would be $4,489,537. The total sum to date was $7,498,317, and then we did make a change of $5,000 here, so we have to make that change. And then further, for the revenue sources, the only revenue sources that would change would be, of course, the taxation that's going up because of adding these items in. So that would be $2,373,351. And then the loan bonds would go up to $1,837,800. And none of these other categories should change.
So the $7,498,317, that's one that's going to be increased by 5,000.
5,000, yeah.
So that'll be $7,503,317.
Plus if you do anything else.
Now that's 5,000 came from the
Computer
Computers.
upgrade, yes.
Now, previously in our discussion, we said that we were going to add $5,000 back into the rec department because we're not going to use funding from the concessions revenue.
And then did you want to put in additional funding in the 2022 budget for the fields for the other half? Because that's not in there right now. You'll have the 4,000 carried forward.
So we need to add the 3,700 in.
Yes, if we're going to do the fields project and not do it in the capital budget.
So we could actually just add 3,700, right? And then take the $4,000, unless we need the buffer of $3,000.
So the
In case it costs more than $7,700.
The budget submitted actually did not have the $4,000 in it.
No, I understand. I'm wondering if we're going to keep it at 4,000, do we then only need to carry over 3,700 instead of 4,000? That was my question. Or do we want to make sure it stays 4,000 so that it's, because we have to add that line in. Are we adding the line in for 3,700 or is it for 4,000?
All right, so the carry forward funds would be 4,000 from the 2021 budget because that's already in there. So that means in 2022 you would need the 3,700.
And I was just wondering if we wanted to do 3,700 because that was part of the discussion, or if we're looking at $4,000 in case that amount goes up.
Let's do the amount of the quote because that's what we've been talking about. It'll just be easier to follow it.
Yeah. Does that not leave any funding for other field actual maintenance that needs to be done? It,
I'm going to assume since this is the second year that we haven't been charged from Anson Park, that it's likely we won't be charged again.
all right, so for total to the operating budget for rec department, we would actually be adding $8,700.
Correct.
And that would be $5,000 because we're not going to rely on concessions to help that department along, and $3,700, which would be the balance of the baseball diamond renovation project.
So that would then mean that we would be adding $8,700 to the operating budget, and then that would be added to the total. I brought down the adding machine. All right, I'm hoping there's nothing else anyone wants to add.
Yeah.
All right. All right, and so you realize this will be tax dollars that this will be added to. So you've added 5,000 and added 8,700.
So the 8,700 included the 5,000.
5,000 for the computers.
Computers.
Oh, the
Yeah.
computers, that's the
So
one
we've got
that's
two things
considered.
going to computers, and then we've got in the capital part, and then we've got in the taxation part for the recreation. All right, so I just have one more figure to do, and we'll be all set. All right, so the new figures would be, the operating budget would be $4,498,237. The operating plus capital budgets would be $7,512,017.
Can you say that one again, please, Catherine?
Yes, the first one is $4,498,237, being the operating budget. The total sum, which is operated plus capital, will be $7,512,017. And then the amount to be raised through taxation will be $2,387,051.
Say that again.
Yeah, the last figure would be $2,387,051. I think this is only the second time in all these years we've made changes at the end, but there were a lot of projects that came up at the last minute and different opinions, and not being able to get answers on the American Rescue funding, which frankly is an interim rule, so I'm glad that we did go to the town attorney because that did finally resolve the issue.
Okay, we have final numbers. Counselors, any other discussion regarding the final numbers that we're looking at right now?
Yeah, just my opinion, that's a lot of money for increase on the rec department. I'm not picking on the rec department, but there's a lot of other things we could use that for. A lot. So, my opinion.
Can you clarify if that's an actual increase over the prior year?
Yes.
Because I don't believe it is.
It's not,
we had both of those in our original, proposed budget, and it was like the only increase was the $5,000 that we weren't pulling out of concession.
but the budget that went in was less than your budget. And so now it's larger, so it's larger than,
Okay.
a little bit larger than any of the budgets that we have.
But not 87 higher than last year's, though.
Correct, yes.
And 3,700
I want to clarify the difference between an increase year over year versus an increase of what you guys are proposing.
and 3,700 of that is actually for a semi-quasi capitalish project
Yes.
that we're putting in operating.
Yeah, it's this year it's easier to do it even though we're not supposed to.
So, Catherine, percentage-wise, that obviously increases this 4.7.
Yeah, so let's see. I have a sheet here with let me just check. Are you interested in percentage?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that right now. I'm going to let this person in. All right, so you now have an operating budget that has increased by 8.6% over last year's operating budget. The only thing that saves you is we have additional revenues.
What does that actually increase the percentage for your taxes, though?
So for the taxes, let me go to that sheet. Think about the easiest way to do this here. Quickest. So if I take this. Okay, double check that. 1.42 mils. And that's based upon the assumption that the town's assessment will come in the same, and that a mill will be $250,000. So 1.42 mils. And the reason why it's not as large of an impact is because we did pick up additional revenue during the year. The state revenue sharing has increased, and I didn't increase it to the total amount, and just in case it goes down, like it has gone up and down over the years, but I did increase it some.
Catherine, if we were already looking at an 8.1% increase with the capital project for the SCBA included,
Well, I did the increase for the operating budget. I
Yes.
didn't do the increase for operating plus capital.
so I'm trying to see here what the mill increase was. It was 0.72.
That was just for that 180,000.
That was just for the 180,000.
Yes.
So half of our increase is from that project. Because it's 1.42 overall increase, then half of that increase is from that project.
Only if we had funded that project. That project now only has an increase of 0.15 mils because we decided to do the loan instead of funding it. That was just information that this would have increased 2 point something mils if we funded that in that way. Correct, Catherine?
All right, so if we had taken the tax rate and put the entire $180,000 in it, the tax rate increase would have been up to $23.02, or 1.72 mils.
Okay, I see.
And again, if you pick up value, we're assuming that the valuation of the town will stay the same, but if it increases, then we'll be in very good shape.
So our overall change to the operating and the capital budget is 13,700, based on what we added to the rec department and the project for the computers.
We've added a lot of items to the operating budget. We started out with $294,667, and then you've moved a few things around. And then you've added some things tonight.
Okay, so can you tell me what the mill rate will be? You said it's a 1.42 mill increase over 2021.
At the most, yes.
So what would that make our 2022 mill rate be?
We got, right now it's 21.30, so if you add 1.41, and again, it could be 20, this is 2271, it could be,
Oh, okay, you just added in, okay. I was thinking
it could be 2251, it could be 22, I don't think it'll be any higher. Because remember, we're using the mill rate from last year, we're using the amount of the mill from last year, because there's no way to calculate anything else.
Because those other items will
Yeah.
change. Just to kind of, I'm trying to wrap my head around what the actual dollar figure changes here would be.
And I try to estimate it the highest it will be, because we don't want the shock of the other way to happen here.
Okay.
All
All
right,
right, counselors, questions? Any other additional discussion? Anyone in the audience have any questions?
Can I just make one comment that plays into that?
Sure.
I don't know if in part of our budget we restructured and moved some of the money around to be more in line with what our programming is. Catherine, did Shannon pass through the additional revenues from some of those realignments of like the summer camp revenues that we're running?
There's no summer
So
camp.
those revenues offset most of the cost increases.
So the summer camp revenues, no, I haven't received any updated figures.
Okay, that's, yeah. So we bring in probably between $2,500 and $3,000 from the summer camp registration that are directly, run by some of the line items in that budget. That would impact that.
No, that's very good. So if we're going to budget those in the budget next year, we can coordinate all that, if you're going to put it in as a revenue
Yeah.
source.
Yeah, so maybe see us school up a couple of us committee members, because I don't think we're used to budgeting like this, so we just need to, anything we do to help, just pull the information out of us.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And municipal budgeting is different from regular budgeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other discussion on ordinance 21-12? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilors will look for a motion.
We need to do an amendment, correct?
We were given,
Because we were given different numbers on the agenda, so we have to do an amendment, right?
so Catherine just gave us the numbers. Oh, it's a piece of paper.
I have the numbers written down if you want me to do the
I
amendment.
have it written down somewhere too.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't write it
So
down.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend ordinance 21-12 to have an operating budget of $4,498,237 and a total sum of $7,512,017, and that $2,387,051 be raised through taxation. And then the last change would be $1,837,800 be appropriated from loans and bonds. Did I catch them all, Catherine?
Yes, thank
Thank you.
Okay, Amanda has made a motion with an amendment. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilors, we have an amended motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we'll do a roll. This is a roll call for ordinance 21-12. Counselor Hall,
Aye.
Counselor Nichols,
Aye.
Counselor Colmore,
Aye.
Counselor Lyjak,
Aye.
Counselor Frost,
Aye.
Counselor Chichette,
I vote nay.
and I'll vote aye. And that will pass 6-0. Next public hearing, ordinance 21-1.
Ordinance 21-113. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains that the 2022 Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund budget in the respective amounts of $613,824 and $501,350 be appropriated from the respective estimated departmental revenues.
Okay, we continue on to this public hearing. Councilors, any questions regarding the Water Sewer Enterprise Fund budget?
None of those amounts have changed, correct, Catherine?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone in the audience have any questions about the Water Sewer Enterprise Fund budget? Not seeing any. Councilors will look for a motion.
Do we have to close the public hearing first?
I'm sorry, public hearing is closed. Councilors will look for a motion.
Will we adopt ordinance 21-14?
13.
13, I'm sorry. I hate bifocals.
I will second that.
I'm sorry.
You. All right, all those in favor of ordinance 21-13, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will pass as read.
Ordinance 21-14. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains that the 2022 Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund capital budget in the amount of $2,671,200 be approved, and further, that $1,971,990 be appropriated from loans bonds, that $498,210 be appropriated from state ARPA funds, that $116,000 be appropriated from town ARPA funds, that $20,000 be appropriated from grants, that $20,000 be appropriated from other revenues, and that $45,000 be appropriated from the sewer project reserve.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Counselors, any discussion?
Catherine, are these the correct numbers, knowing that we can or cannot use what we thought we could possibly use?
Yes, we're all set. The questions were specifically on the personal protective equipment. This is actually a separate ARPA grant
okay.
From the DEP. I know that there's so many of them, which is fortunate for us.
Any additional questions, counselors? Anyone in the audience have any questions regarding the public hearing for ordinance 21-14? Okay, not seeing any, we will close the public hearing, and councils will look for a motion on ordinance 21-14.
I move we adopt ordinance. You can't see and I can't speak. I move we adopt ordinance 21-14.
Second.
Thank you. Councilors, all those in favor of ordinance 21-14, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will pass as read.
Ordinance 21-15, an ordinance to authorize the transfer of unencumbered appropriation balances to various departments from 0510 Police for Animal Control, $5,000, 1005 Highway, $6,000, to 0520 Streetlights, $2,000, 0525 Animal Control, $5,000, 10-15 Cemetery, $4,000.
This is a public hearing. Councilors, comments, questions?
This isn't the carryover one, right?
No. We do have an unencumbered appropriation to make for the rec department though, correct? Or is that the carry forward?
That's the carryover.
Carry forward.
That's the carry forward. Any questions from the audience regarding the proposed unencumbered appropriation balance transfers?
Yeah, I got a question.
Johnny?
Yeah, we have an animal control officer,
We have a contractor.
so we do have one.
Yes.
I just called for one the other night and they said we didn't have one. So,
I think the person, as I understand it, the person is helping out, but the police are also doing it.
okay.
But
I didn't know. I just called and Somerset said that we didn't currently have an animal control officer, so I didn't know if we actually had one or not. That was
yeah,
all.
I think actually two of them have been covering.
Okay.
Was that dispatch, Johnny?
Yeah, over the dispatch. I called over because I had an issue. And they said we didn't have an animal control officer. I said, well,
I
they said
think
we didn't
that-
dispatch an officer there, but I guess.
Yeah, I think the officers go out.
Okay.
It's a special case, so Connie has come back to help out, and another gentleman has helped out.
Any other questions? Not seeing any, we'll close the public hearing for ordinance 21-15 and make for a motion, Counselor.
I move we adopt ordinance 21-15.
I'll second it.
All those in favor of passing ordinance 21-15, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will pass as written. concludes the public hearing, so we'll move on to the report.
So you've got your finance, ordinance, and recycling, and I'm assuming because of the time of the year and how hectic it's been, that none of the committees have been meeting.
Correct. So,
That's okay. I'm moving.
I was thinking you were next. I'm like, oh, we're good.
I'm moving us along.
Okay. All right, and you don't have any board and committee updates, because you're not having meetings or meetings as well?
Not since the last week. I've had other committee meetings, but not intergovernmental ones, but not the town ones.
All right, that'll bring us down to town manager report.
Yes, and that's going to be very brief. As you see, it's the shortest one ever. And so, number one, for town manager's report is that the town offices and public library will be closed on Friday, December 24th, so we want to make sure everybody knows that, in observation of Christmas, which is Saturday, and also on Friday, December 31st, in observation of New Year's Day, which is Saturday. The transfer station recycling center will be closed on the actual holidays because they open on Saturday. So those facilities will be closed on Saturday, December 25th, and Saturday, January 1st. And then, quickly, we want to remind everybody that online burn permits, transfer station stickers are available. Dog licenses can be picked up, and those are due on January 31st. We have many online services on www.pittsfield.org. We also want to remind everybody that, at least as of right now, we can take items from the yard sales, but once we get more snow, that might not be something we can do. We want to remind people that if they have items left over from the yard sales that didn't have one and wanted to have one, and want to clean out their house, that the reuse center doesn't need materials. So I'll go on to current and upcoming activities. I wanted to acknowledge the Northern Lights of Sebastopol Valley Hospital Lights of Life at Hawthorne Park. We want to thank the Northern Lights Sebastopol Valley Hospital Division and all of the many, many volunteers who made the Lights of Life at Hawthorne Park and the following community Christmas tree light parade such a great event. Heard many good comments about it, and there's more Christmas lights out than ever. It's like the number that went out 20 years ago. So there were a lot of lights out, and that event took place on Wednesday, December 8th. And just two more items I wanted to note. Water and sewer bills are coming out. We've sent out some last week, this week, and we have others coming out. As everyone knows, we have not had a billing since August. There were some issues with the utility billing. We have it going now and tested it. Sent out 2 of the 6 books. The remainder of the books will be going out before the end of the month. The billing has 2 quarters on it, so it covers a half-year period. Instead of providing 30 days to pay the bill, we'll be providing 90 days. So people can pay their water sewer bill when they get it and run right in, like a lot of people do. They can pay it on the due date in 3 months, or they can make 3 payments or any number of payments that they'd like. You do not need to have a formal payment plan. You can make a payment every month or every other week or whatever somebody would want. A rate increase went into effect on August 1st after the council's public hearing. Therefore, the bills were prorated so that if a part of your billing was before August 1st, you pay the old rate, and then for the August 1st on, you pay the new rate. So we're looking at new software or even outsourcing the billing in order to update all of this, if that is possible. So after the computer upgrade that we'll be talking about later, we'll be making some changes to the water sewer billing. I hadn't worked on this before, but it is certainly quite interesting. So I can see that we can make some improvements. And the last item that I'll mention is number 9, taxes and the annual report. We apologize that the state statutes require that we print people's names in the annual report if the taxes are paid up at the end of the year. That seems not right, but it is a law that we have to follow. So in keeping with that, we'd like to encourage everyone who can pay up their real estate or personal property taxes to do it on or by Thursday, December 30th. And that's because we'll be closed on December 31st. So we don't want people to come running down on December 31st thinking they can pay their taxes. Because that is a holiday for all the town employees, except for places that are open on Saturday. So if anyone has any business whatsoever they're going to be doing, they want to get it done on 12:30 or before that. And we wish everybody happy holidays to all the citizens, businesses, and visitors from all the town employees. And hope that everybody has a safe and happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, we'll go on to old business. There is none. And new business, we have order 21-10.
Order 21-10, order that the town council approve amendments to the town of Pittsfield fee schedule.
Need a motion, Counselor?
I move we set order 21-10 to discussion for vote.
Second?
Thank you. All right, we have additional information in your packets. Proposed fee schedule for the covers administration, airport, animal control, building code, cemeteries, fire call, highway, everything that we charge fees for. Do we want to go item by item? Any questions on the administration section? This has to do mostly with planning board filings and board of appeals filings. The other ones are unchanged. And this, Catherine, remind me, this was more to bring the fees in line that the town charges with other towns in the area.
Yes, and the cost of the planning board public hearings and the Board of Appeals public hearings has drastically changed this year. So the cost used to be $98.25 for like a regular planning board ad, but the last couple that we sent in were $195. So we do need to raise the fee. The Board of Appeals would go from $61.47 for the ad to $176. And the town is not making any money on this. This is our bill. It's shocking that the public hearings that we advertised this evening cost $1,920. But cost of business has gone up everywhere.
Okay, so that one is pretty straightforward. Airport recommendation is for the property leases not to exceed 15 cents per square foot. Caleb, you're here this evening. Would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, I guess Mark Cochran is the head of the airport committee, and he put together the packet that's in your, or the letter or the recommendation that's in the council packet. So I think it might be good just to see if you guys have questions specifically for Mark, and I came to just kind of help answer any other questions because I know it's kind of a.
What did you say the not to exceed was?
15 cents per square foot.
Okay, I don't know where that number came from.
Yeah, that's been in the that's been on the chart since like the early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah, so we haven't gotten up there, of course.
Okay.
That's just what's in our ordinance right now. It's not-
Gotcha. Okay.
Just to verify, Catherine, the letter that was submitted is the one that's on page 38 in our packet, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I have questions.
Go ahead, Pete.
So after reviewing your airport committee meeting in April, so benefits that I saw that you listed in that were that Pittsfield has a full-time FPO,
Yes.
and we are manned 7 days a week,
Yes. For the most
and we
part.
have a good fuel supply. So then in comparing your other airports that you had listed, how many of those other airports have those?
So as I said in there, I looked at
any airport that was in a 60-mile radius of Pittsfield. I excluded
I saw that list.
Augusta, Rockland, Bangor, and Rockland because their commercial airports operate under different regulations.
Yep.
So the 8 airports that I surveyed, which were the main, you had Pittsfield, Waterville, Belfast, Exeter, Norwich, Old Town, Millinocket, and Lincoln. Pittsfield's the only one that has a full-time FBO. It's the only airport that's not being operated by the town, that have town employees employed there. That the town is not purchasing and managing the fuel. So it's we're kind of unique that we do have a full-time FBO. It's something that a lot of airports wish they had. Caleb does a great operation, and he could have many satellite operations, but it's he chooses to stay here and do a good job in Pittsfield. So when you look at the various airports, they're all small like us, and they all struggle. But they can't attract any businesses there to operate for them.
So I also saw in your meeting that the drawback that Pittsfield has is our runway is short. Now, how
It's not short, but it's comparable to.
So is it compared to Waterville?
Waterville is longer by 1,000, maybe 1,500 feet. Old Town's got a little more length on us. Millinocket's got length on us. Lincoln's shorter. Norwalk's longer. But we're kind of restricted between the river and the cemetery. We really can't go any.
But so that kind of restricts your size of your planes that you
It
bring
does,
in. So
yeah.
that kind of reduces the income too.
Yep. So.
Or reduces the attractant to people to come.
Yeah, and it's we do have one of those 25 miles away as far as driving.
Right.
Some people go there, some go to Bangor.
Yep.
It depends on what they're looking for services too.
But it does, like we had a guy this year talk about trying to base, I don't know how. It was a jet here at Pittsfield, but he couldn't because it didn't really make sense because our runway. And I'm not trying to get a longer runway. I'm just trying to say to your point that we
I'm just trying to look at our benefits that we have versus the other airports in our fee schedule.
Yeah.
So the airport size of the airport limits the aircraft that we can have in there, and because of that, we don't see. Very seldom do we see a business aircraft come into. When I say a business aircraft, it might be somebody coming in, a charter, it could be, or a company that operates it. Very seldom do we see one that comes in to do business with somebody in town or surrounding town. And it's because we don't have the length of runway that they need. So as Caleb says, we're not here looking for a longer runway. It's just we're telling you one of the reasons why we're stuck at the size that we are.
So can you tell us what our current rate is?
So our current lease rates are between 4 and 7 cents. I know in the letter I said 6, but in the last, Catherine, in June, and then another one. We've had 2 leases that were established at 7 cents a square foot. And what we're looking to do is just standardize. Our leases are all different, and we're looking to have a standard across rate that changes. When one changes, they all change. Or if somebody comes in, it's all the same rate. And the other thing is that we've always had in the leases that they should be increased by the CPI every year. It's never been done, so it's something that needs to be done. So we have a lease right now that's at 4 cents. That's 20 years old. That's never been adjusted.
What do you mean by CPI?
So the consumer price index.
So also in that committee meeting, there was supposed to be an update to the square footage of the leases. Is that happening?
We're working on it. So it's we're trying to figure out the footprint, and that's the other thing when you look at the leases, that every single every single town looks at the way they, some are based on strictly on the square footage of the building. Some are, like Pittsfield, we've got some that are just, it depends on where they're located in Pittsfield on the airport. Some are a square footage of the building, some are the building plus a 10-foot setback, plus they have to be set, they have to lease the space so many feet back from the taxiway center line to give them space. Other airports, it's a flat fee, doesn't matter whether you build a 2,000 square foot hangar or an 8,000 foot, it's the same flat fee. Dexter is $100 a year for any size hangar you build. And they used to be $10 a year up until like 8-9 years ago. Norwich uses it's based on how many planes you have in the hangar. So they're all different. Old Town is 5 cents a square foot, strictly based on the square footage of the hangar. Millinock has never had any space at the airport for additional hangars. They've since acquired it this year. They're looking to adopt a similar rate of 5 cents a square foot like Old Town. Belfast is really kind of an oddball thing. Belfast has got a rate of 54 cents per square foot, and I spoke to the manager there, and he's been trying to get that rate down. The one thing that Belfast doesn't have is they don't have any more property to expand. So what space they do have, it's kind of at a premium. So it's the rates are all over the place, but if you look at it, other than so Waterville is a little bit different. They're a little higher than us. But out of 6 out of the 8 airports, we're comparable or higher than them. So I don't see us being where Belfast is. It'd be nice if everybody, every airport manager would love to have those kind of rates, but it's not going to happen. One of the things that we've maybe talked about is, because we've got some fairly small hangars and they're not paying much, but it would be nice to maybe have a minimum lease of, say, $300 a year or something like that.
So something I was going to bring up. Is there any reason why? So I'll just bring up, I kind of jotted down like a proposal just to run by you guys.
Yep.
So I didn't get to participate in your meeting. I did watch it several times. But I didn't get to participate in it because it was during my working hours. But so I noticed that Waterville does like a lease for 2,000 square feet, and they have a minimum of like $350 a year.
Yeah.
Is that something?
I think it's a reasonable thing.
Follow along those lines and so forth. It was 2001 to 2,500 square feet to 450 a year is what they had.
Yeah, and the one thing you got to look at too, that Waterville maybe gets higher rates, but they also have Waterville has a full-time airport manager. They have a full-time maintenance person.
Okay, so
they have I think 4 part-time people working to pump the fuel.
But I just wondered
their airport is maintained to a lot higher standard than ours.
maybe not use their fees, but
right. No, I agree with you. I agree to.
And so then
try to raise it up. So.
I noticed at the end of your meeting, you guys kind of agreed around 7 cents per square foot.
Right.
And I see 15 cents on here. Is there any way that we could do, say, above 3,000 square feet, do a 10 cent per square foot, and then a 5 cent on unbuildable property? Because we have some property there that's
we have some that you couldn't put a hanger on that there's a taxiway on.
right. That's not actually generating any revenue. Right?
Yeah, it is. It has.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not. It's should they pay 7 cents a square foot for something that's I don't necessarily for the same kind of property.
No, but if you went to like a 10%, not going to 7 and not going to the 15, that's in our proposal. Kind of choose in the middle.
Yeah,
and then
we
they
look
will
at
pay
10,
half of the.
We can look at 10, but I don't know what it's going to put us.
Well, I think one of the things that's like different about what we're talking about is back in the day when they first, back when the hangar development first happened at the airport, and like most of these airports, they're looking at building size. So when you talk about per square foot, they're actually talking about, it's pretty much just the footprint of the building. All the new hangar development at the Pittsfield is not the hangar size, it's the actual lot size. So you don't pay rent on, like, I was one of the people that built a new hangar there to replace, long story, but I'm sure you guys all know about it, the hangar that we built to replace the old town hangars where Chimbro just built their new one. So that's a 60 by 80 building. And when I pay, or when Curtis Air pays rent on that, they're not paying rent on 60 by 80, they're paying rent on the total land lease. So there are minimums, like I think my lot, it's a 60 wide building, but it's 100 or 120 wide by, like 200 and something feet deep,
So that's, I was thinking that the price per square foot was specifically to the building, not to...
That's where things are different. So when some of the information that Mark is like bringing up, like Belfast, 54 cents a square foot, Mark, you correct me if I'm wrong, that's by the building footprint. In Pittsfield, one of the things that we didn't want to have happen was like some of the other airports, they basically just put that buildings right side by side. And they're all just like stacked in there. It looks kind of, it wasn't the look that we wanted, or that the airport fathers kind of decided 30 years ago that we didn't really want to have. We wanted to have people build a hangar and have some space around it, and have like a certain set of standards. And so at that time they decided that you weren't just going to lease this little piece of land and put your building on it, and someone else is going to come right next to you and rent another little piece of land. Instead, you're going to have a pretty good chunk of land that you're responsible for. You mow it, you keep up with it, and you pay 7 cents for that whole square footage, not just your building size.
And we do have several hangars that are just based on building size because they are bound by taxiways on either
Yes.
side. That was the nature. They were built back in the 70s, and there's taxiways on either side of them. So there is no additional. The taxiway is right at their door. So we've got probably 3 different types of leases, like the one that Dale's talking about, where you've got the building, you've got the footprint of the building, you've got the setbacks. Some have more setbacks than others, just trying to keep them back from the, like on the old closed East West Run, we're going to be doing building on both sides of that. But we want to keep it open in the middle. Ideally, we're looking to have 3 deep, but we can't. We're going to end up with 2 deep.
So, Catherine, a question on the revenues, because you included that in our package for 2021.
Yeah.
Does that include the Chin-Chet tax revenue hangar? Because you have the total for $6,315.81.
So these are the actual leases that are with the town of Pittsfield, and I did list at the top the old lease for Chimbro, so that it's from my background in how we changed the figures, because that was quite exciting when we changed around all the map and lots and everything.
Right.
So the Chin-Cat lot is on their own property.
So I know that, but they still have a tax revenue that comes in. So.
Yeah, so when we calculate out the tax revenue, I had calculated it out for one of the airport committee meetings, and when you added the leases and you added all of the tax revenue together, you were a couple of thousand under what the airport budget was. So the revenue was getting up there. So I would estimate that once the Caleb's new hangar is taxed by the town of Pittsfield, being new and huge and everything, and Chimbro's, that we'll have some good tax revenue, and it may pay for the airport budget.
Well, and something else that's happening, unless something has changed, Catherine, are we still on board to have the hangar going up next year, the T hangar?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's like a $20,000 revenue per year. The airport, of course, is going to be insurance that'll come out of that. So say that's $3,000, another $1,000 for electricity or something. So I mean, that's another item that's going to be like income for the airport. And Pittsfield, actually, yeah.
Sorry, we lost that.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by £.
So, Catherine, I'm a little confused because with the revenue, it's only showing 6,000, and if you have the 5,000 with the Chin-Chet that's coming in for taxes.
Right.
That doesn't
Enter your
come-
participant
that doesn't come
ID
close to the
followed by
26,000
pound.
that the-
Otherwise, check.
So these are the yearly payments that the.
Please enter the meeting password followed by
Oh, wait a
pound.
moment, sorry. That's okay.
You entered the participant ID, not the meeting
You
password.
have not entered. Please re-enter the meeting password followed by pound. You are in the meeting now. There are 4 participants in the meeting. This meeting is being recorded. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Catherine, click connect audio. I think you have to let the phone in first. So down at the bottom left corner, you'll see the headphones to connect audio. Don't click the caret, just click the connect join audio. X out of that, Catherine. Click on the actual headphones, just X out of this screen. Don't click the caret, just, there you go. Will you take this out of the waiting room, Catherine, and accept that?
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Pound 1 9 3 5 3 0 pound. And it's connected.
Thank you. So we signed up for 6
was easy.
hours. So that's 6
Nobody's
hours
done that
was not really bad.
Feels like
Is that good?
All right, so,
I think so.
Pete, this is just the airport yearly payment for the subject that's at hand, which is the airport leases. So these are our airport leases.
Current leases, okay.
Current leases,
Yeah.
yes, that's all it is.
That's
It's
all.
not all the tax dollars or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, and when we add the tax dollars in the last time that I did this, we were a couple of thousand under what the airport budget was, and the airport budget did go up this year. So it will be interesting once the new hangars get taxed, and then of course, as Caleb has said, when we get the new hangar next year, and then in the future, that will generate revenue, which then will be added onto this chart.
Okay.
So if I'm following your conversation correctly earlier, you think that the 7 cents a foot is adequate given the fact that there are, that they're paying for more than just the building versus other places that
It's
just
comparable
sell-
for our size airport in surrounding towns. So, I mean, for us to compare ourselves, I included Waterville because it's there, it's a non-commercial airport.
Catherine, I think we're muted.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
are.
I think so too.
So click on the phone. Don't click the caret.
Don't click on.
X out of that.
Click on where it says phone call.
No, X that window out.
Okay, get rid of that.
Just click on the phone, not the caret next to the phone. There you go. That should unmute us.
Wow, this is acting up tonight. Normally it doesn't do this.
So then that's the committee's proposal, not the 15 cents per square.
Right.
Correct. The 15 cents is what has been voted on by the town council years ago to not exceed 15 cents, which meant it could be anything under that.
And we have one hangar that pays $1 a year, and that goes back to a town council. You know, it's a sore spot with everybody.
I
but
saw that.
The council voted that in back, it was a 40-year lease, and there's nothing we can do about it. So.
Yeah, I did ask that at one time if they would like to sign a new lease with the town. The answer was no, I want my dollar lease.
But our leases can be changed with a 30-day notice, though, can't they?
Ours can, but that was one that the council approved, which has to run its course. All the other ones expired or the one with the town, that one is separate and it's between different people. It's something special the council set up. It was not a good
When does
idea.
that
What year was that?
Yeah, when does that come up?
It was, it will be out in, 26, and it was a
Yeah.
40-year lease.
So it's definitely coming up, and it's not going to be a big number changer for the airport.
Right.
I mean, it'll be good to get rid of the Sweetheart deal because it didn't really ever need to be there, but it's not like, I mean,
It's not a big number, but it was, I mean, thank God they didn't sign up a whole lot of leases that year.
Yeah.
So we're basically talking about real estate, and we're talking
We're looking at,
location.
instead of having a bunch of different rates and that they have them, we're looking to establish, like we've got one that's at 4, he's gonna go up to 7. He's not gonna like it, but he doesn't have a choice. With 30 days, we can do it. And
So
so,
I was actually thinking of the opposite, in that if you have some hangars that are newer or might have better location, that they should actually be paying more. If you're talking about renting real estate, then they would pay more than somebody who's like the furthest away from all the services, or the furthest away from the taxi lane or the laneway or whatever. If they're in a more inconvenient place, then their rent would actually be less. That would be more of although it's a little more of a tricky thing when you're figuring out the bills and everything, it'd be nice just to say, okay, square footage wise, here we go, flat rate. But would that be more equitable to have, the choice close to the
well, and then
convenience to pay more than...
and I do work for Chamber, I do fly for Chamber, and our hangar was sort of in the middle of the airport, and we always had to drive onto the airport to access it. One of the nice things with the new hangar is that we're not going to have any vehicular traffic going under the ramp now, so we can stop some of that. So it's just, I guess you could look at it. We've got a better location, but it's also a safer location. It's a better in general. And I don't know of any other airport that charges based on. It's like saying it's one part of Main Street's a little bit nicer, so they should pay different property taxes.
Well, you did have Waterville that paid
talking about
15 to
renting and
18,
leasing.
right? So some people paid 15. And so
That was for a certain. They were looking at for whether the business that was above 3,000 square feet. That was Waterville.
Okay.
And also the different rates were whether the business would bring more business on, going to generate jobs on the airport. So a maintenance shop, a flight school, charter operation, stuff like that. They looked at that. But if you look at something like that, 15 or 18 cents, again, I think you're sort of pricing some of it out on, it's
I didn't mean to go up to that rate, but just made
Yeah.
it so like the people that had the smaller, not as newer lots, paid a slightly smaller percentage than say the people that have brand new.
yeah, the kind of interesting thing in this particular scenario is that the people that have the smaller lots, those are the better spots, and the people that have the bigger lots are kind of up and out of the. Yeah, and the people that have the bigger lots are paying more because they're paying for all their lawn that they have around their hangar. The people that have the smaller. So, I do agree that there should be. Mark and I talked about this. It isn't a terrible thing to have a minimum. Maybe like somebody can't just pay. Have a 40 by 40 hangar and pay 7 cents a square foot on that. That's not a great deal for the airport. So I think it's better to have a minimum of I think what would you say, 350 or something?
Yeah, because we've got. There's one hangar on the field that he's paying less for the hangar space. It's a small hangar, but it's less than you pay for a tie-down spot outside for an airplane. So, so that's kind of So it's.
Do we also have tie-downs that we charge for?
Yes,
Or
we
is
do.
that like a park for 7 days, kind of like a parking thing?
Yep.
Versus a lease?
So what we do is we have tie-down spots that we charge $35 a month to park at, which is in line with what other airports charge, basically. And Catherine can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is what I collect as income,
Yeah.
which I can show you those numbers sometimes so you guys can all see what it is. It's not an impressive number, but that's my pay for being the daily like airport manager. You know, I'm doing all the NOTAMs. You know,
That
we
makes sense, because I was like, I don't see
Yeah.
it anywhere on here,
Yeah.
that's why when you said.
So, I mean, it's
contract,
not really-
that fit in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good deal for the town, and I'm not. You know, that will get renegotiated someday.
So, just based on that, I mean, a tie down with no hanger or anything, $35 a month would be $420 a year. And yet you have people renting hangers for less than that or just above that, which doesn't seem, and those are some of the lower ones that you had talked about.
Well, I think we agree. We think that that's one of the things we want to look at is bringing up, establishing a minimum, so.
I mean, it is good, but I do want to remind you of like one thing, and one thing is that these people are built. This is kind of a unique thing too. So I just want to just bring up one aspect because I know we're getting late here. But the unique thing is that these people like Timbro and I and all and you know a lot of other people like John Watson has a hangar up there. They have hangars that are on town-owned property. So the hangar's not going to go anywhere. You know, the building's going to be there. So the like lease says that, you know, I mean, if they like walk away, I mean, it's an asset kind of for the town, you know, because there's the town does collect you know, taxes and stuff like that, but it is a building that's on town property that somebody else bought, you know, that somebody else put there. So, you know, it's I don't know what I'm trying to get at, but it is kind of an interesting thing because it's not like something like you go out and buy a piece of land and build your own property on it, you know, and then it's yours, you know.
So it would be a lot like a trailer park, if you have a lot rent.
Minus, you're not moving the building. Ever.
Yeah.
I've already
Yeah.
tried that. That doesn't happen.
But I mean, I have a 10 by 10 storage unit, and
Yep.
it's $660 a year just to have a storage unit,
Yep.
which is more than some of the payments for, you know, storing a large piece of equipment. that
Yes,
is in there.
just remember that you're paying $660 a month for the building and the insurance and all that stuff. These guys, and I'm not saying that that it shouldn't be that much, but I'm just saying to compare apples to apples, you know, it's the piece of land that they're leasing. They're not I mean, they own the building, but the building's on town-owned property. So it's not a regular building that somebody would own where they own the actual piece of land. So
But you have everybody paying the same rate for the square footage, no matter if there's a building or not building, right?
We're looking to get there. Right now, the rates are, you know,
we're between we're between $1 a year and 7 cents a square foot.
Right, because whether you have a building or not, it should be in my opinion, the same rate for everybody,
Agreed.
based on the square footage of lease, that's it.
Yep.
If you want to put something on it, you can, that's your prerogative. If
Yep.
not,
exactly, yeah.
that's the way it should be.
Yeah, and then it simplifies, because we've got all these different, just for simplification, and if we decide that we want to raise the lease by, you know, so much, we can do it across the board, so.
I got one more question for you. Do you ever plan on putting hangars on the eastbound runway? No?
It's not the master
It's
plan.
not in the
We've had
master
it for a long
No,
time.
not your plan, development, no, just always on the west one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to go all the way down to the end too, or?
At the current rate, it'll be 150 years before it gets down there.
Okay, thank you.
So it'd be looking for 7% per square foot across the board.
Across the board.
And have a minimum?
We don't have a minimum, that's one of the things we're looking at establishing, like I said, for just and like you said, maybe from under 2,000 and under, it's going to be sets, and maybe 2 to 3, whatever, sets the minimum.
So should we wait to set the fee so we do it all?
No,
at
no, I
once?
think we can come back to it. The idea is, I think, is if we can get this, we're talking about, one of the things that Catherine said is that you guys would like to see more revenue coming into the airport. So we're trying to come up to 7 cents. Another thing I want just to mention is that I think one of you guys asked about landing fees, things of that nature.
I did.
Again, and it's.
I saw that in your,
Yeah,
so
it's-
you don't have to hash that.
okay.
I saw that in your,
So it's yeah, Waterville is not the only one in the area that would be doing it. And again, they'll waive it. Again, the city's pumping the fuel.
Right, if you
They're
buy
trying to
fuel,
get the fuel sales, that's where they make the money. And
Yeah.
so they'll waive it if people buy fuel.
I saw that. So I just didn't know if we should be voting to increase that to the 7% across the board tonight, or if we wait and come back and just do everybody's lease when we have the final.
Yeah, I say that we do the this is our proposal, is that we do 7 cents tonight across the board, except for that $1 lease, which is coming up here in a few years, and then we'll correct that. And then if you're okay, let's get the airport committee back together, and we'll come up with what a minimum, within the first quarter of 2022, we'll come back to you with what a minimum amount should be, because it should be more than what the tie down fees are,
Yeah.
which we do agree, because they. Yeah.
Okay.
So the 7 cents a square foot across the board, as an increase, not including is this old lease 2020, Timber old lease 2020, is that still there, or is that?
No, that's just on there so that we can follow the history.
So we're talking about an increase of revenue of $1,196 over the year, and then when that big, dollar one goes away, they're going to be paying $175 a year. So that's kind of gives you an idea of what we're arguing about here, $1,100, $1,200.
Yeah, and then we'll come back in the first quarter and come up with something that, for a minimum, for some of the smaller hangars.
And one of the things we want to do is we want to remeasure all the lots, because some of them, trees have grown in, others, like Jimbo for years was paying something like on 16,000 square feet, and they were only occupying 8, but Jimbo just went ahead and paid it. And that just comes from when, back in the 70s, when they built those hangars, they put the taxiways in, and then because the town sold property past, or leased property past them, that the town started maintaining the taxiways and plowing and things of that nature. So Chimbro was leasing property that was actually part of a taxiway. So some of those things have gotten adjusted out, some haven't, but we'd like to remeasure everything and try to establish some minimum size standards for, or minimum fees for a hangar. So at least for the smaller hangars. Yeah.
I'm ready to vote on this, but just one observation. The largest hangar that's there only pays about $100 a month to rent the hangar.
To rent the land that the hangars.
The land.
Correct. Sorry. Yep.
But there is no impact on the schools. There is no. Most of them don't have water or sewer, things of that nature. So they are minimal impact that way. So it's.
Well, yeah, only one of the buildings on leased land has water and sewer. Just so you know, I mean.
Counselors, do you need any more information?
No.
No. Anyone in the audience need any more information about this before the council votes? I'm not seeing anything. Would somebody like to make a motion with the 7 cents, amended to the 7 cents that's being recommended by the committee?
I move we accept the recommended rate change of 7 cents per square foot for the airport.
I'll second.
Okay, councilors, we have an amended order 21-10 on the floor. Anyone need further discussion on the amended order?
We can't vote on it fully yet, though, right? That's
You're
just
right. Okay,
one of
yeah.
the amendments.
All right, so we'll just, grab
That's
that
it.
amendment, sorry. We're going to go with 7 cents as a change as proposed, and then we're going to look at, what's next? I'm going through this one here. So we've got airport, animal control. I don't see any changes there.
There are changes on page 30. Page 2930, the next one's the cemetery.
The cemetery changes, and just as Snow talked about these when he came to our budget workshop, and he said these are more in line with other areas. This is for burials and cremations. Wasn't he making changes to the lots as well? No?
This is the material that he provided to the town clerk for the fee schedule.
Okay, so burials and cremations, and he has proposed items there. Any questions about that, councilors?
So what were they?
It says
Just
the
a moment.
regular hours burials was $300 an hour, and now it's $400. Weekends and overtime was $450, and now it's $5. Holidays and closed season was $600, and they're keeping that at $600. Cremations was $75, now it'll be $150. Weekend and overtime on weekdays was $100, and now it'll be $200. Holidays and closed season was $150, and now it's $250. And I'm sorry, that is not hourly. That is per burial or per cremation.
Was that in our packet? Because I was.
Yes, on page 30.
Page 30 at the
Up at the
top.
top.
Oh, okay. There we go. I wouldn't ask the question, I'd had seen that.
Okay, I missed the next time page earlier.
So should I add to my amendment?
No, I think we'll just review the changes in here, and then the 7 cents was the one that wasn't in there. It was,
Okay.
it just said maximum of 15 cents, so that generated a discussion. But this has a proposal written in there, so we'll just kind of review that, and if nobody had any qualms about it, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, fire calls. Labor is going to change from $15 to $21 an hour. And there's a new schedule for equipment with an operator with the different engines, and Rescue 1 listed there. Donnie's here. Are you speaking to the system for the fire department, or are you here for a transfer?
I'm not the guy in charge.
He's
so-
here.
I'm not the guy in charge, so. I just saw him outside, and he said he weren't coming in because it was going to be too late.
Okay. Well, we have some proposed changes here, and it looks like engine 4 in Rescue 1 are changing. Oh wait, they're not in the same order here.
Engine 4 is
Engine
the
1's
same.
changing, engine 3's staying the same. Engine 4 is staying the same. And Rescue 1 did not appear on the original schedule.
And we've removed the tank.
And we removed the tanker and utility. So this looks like an update with our equipment needed to be updated.
It's more an update on the equipment.
Okay, highway. I'm sorry.
Do we know how many years that Palmyra's been at the 12,000?
I believe he said that it just went up last year or 2 years
I
ago.
think it's been 2 years now. and this
Yeah.
will be the third.
It's gone up twice in 7 years.
Yeah, he said at the last meeting that they had just upped it a year or 2 ago.
With the price of everything going through the roof, though, I think it would behoove us to increase the percentage at least a little bit, to me. What's everybody else's thoughts?
I think when I asked him that question, that same question, Pete, he had talked about that they would have to renegotiate in order to increase that. If I remember correctly. Do you remember, Heather, when I asked that question?
I remember he mentioned it and that they had just done it a couple years
Yeah.
ago, and I don't know if Palmyra's budgeting process is the same as ours. I think it might be
Different.
in the off, but they might have
It's
spring
different.
budgeting, spring hearings and stuff, so I think he was gonna do that over the winter, negotiate with them, because they have to get it into their budget, and then it would come into our
So prices have
budget,
substantially
you know.
changed in the last 2 years, especially
Yeah.
the last year.
That's my recollection.
That's how I reflect it as well, so.
Yeah. Highway, is this your time? Let's see, paved surface and concrete for street openings. Slight increases on those per yard basis. Pretty standard materials,
Yeah,
and then equipment.
we're way cheaper than most, so we brought them in line with towns of the same size.
Library, Holly, you're making some changes to, I thought we already got rid of overdue fines.
We did in 2020. I don't know why they were still there.
Okay. Well, does that
Wait, Holly, you mean we don't need floppy disks?
I know, I love the fun. Just keep it on there.
I'm very good at holding the door. Keeping a door stopper.
I saw that on here and I was laughing so hard. How is that still on there?
I don't know.
And then changes to photocopying and patrons lost cards just get replaced.
Yeah, photocopying should still be 15 cents. It
Oh,
should
it just
still-
says for research copying books.
I don't even know what that's, no, I don't know what that's.
Well, it
We
says
charge-
15 cents
And then-
or 25 cents each for research or copy.
Okay, well, it's all wrong. So 15 cents, and then 25 cents is if it's a double-sided copy. That's all it is. We
Okay.
charge
I was
for,
thinking colors, but
we have no color.
you have no color.
Double
No,
You have a
so
lot of color, you just don't have a color copier.
you got it.
Okay, so single-sided versus double-sided.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. Any questions for Holly?
So we just have to make note of that in the change, right? That it should say for double-sided, because it doesn't say that currently.
I would think they have signage too at the
Video.
No proposed changes to recreation for the swim program. Ben mentioned earlier that they were going to be looking at some of the fees for things over the winter, some of the programming, so I imagine that will be dealt with in the spring. Recycling, Donnie, you got to take this one.
Yeah, that one too.
Changes, community fees.
Are you just writing this in here because they weren't written in before, Donnie?
No, before we did it on that formula, number of tons per year or whatever.
That was just a flat rate.
It's a flat rate based on the size of the community,
Okay.
because it's, man, some one year they're doing good, next year they go down, and then they go up. We'd be changing fees every year, back and forth, and it makes no sense. Most of them budget either calendar year or per town meeting, so they like to have an idea of where we're gonna be. If they budget 1,000, it comes in at 1,500, next year it comes in at 400, and they budgeted 1,500, so.
Right.
I'm taking the size of the community, 5-year average, and just saying, this is it.
Okay.
And this helps us with our revenue projections as well,
Yeah,
correct?
exactly, yeah, and that's, like I said, it's up and down, and we'll be doing it forever, I don't want to be doing it forever.
Everybody wants stability in the budget.
And
right now.
if things change, if revenue goes up, or they jump dramatically over the next couple of years, then we'll increase their fee percentage, about CPI, whatever.
Water sewer, we already dealt with that earlier in the year through the ordinance change. And transfer station, the stickers are the same. And then the fee, no changes to the fee schedule for the individual items this year.
No, they're all the same. We've got a very good year as far as waste disposals.
I do not see any changes on the business licenses and permits. Does anybody else see any on there?
No.
Okay. I think that's all of them. Counselors, do you need any more information, or are you ready to vote?
Back to the airport.
Okay. Back to the airport.
Are we going to add in there, or do we need to add in there about it being tied to the consumer price index for future?
It's in the leases.
It's already there, we just haven't been following it?
That would be correct.
Okay. That was it. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, Amanda, would you like to make a motion?
Her
Okay.
her motion is still current though,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's still on.
Oh, okay.
And that motion just accounted for the 7 cents increase for the airport.
So we should have the motion and the second already in place.
Yeah, and the
that was the-
double-sided copies thing is just a clerical change, right? So that doesn't need a motion.
That's fine.
Okay.
So we have a motion and second.
So your motion-
Discussion's done.
Is for 7 cents a square foot for the airport, and then accepting all of the other proposed changes
Correct.
to the fee schedule as listed, and Mike, you seconded that, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without-
That's correct.
all right. All those in favor of ordinance 21-10 with said changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that will pass. And we all know a lot more about airport operations. Thank you, gentlemen, for informing us about that.
Yes, thank you.
It was very interesting. Resolution 21-129.
Resolution 21-129, resolved that the town council authorize approval of blank for carry forward from the 2021 budget and encumber the funds for 2023.
I move we set resolution 21-129 to discussion for a vote.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, councilors, you have a schedule for carry forwards proposed in your packet.
Do we have to discuss, or can I make a motion for amendment and then we discuss?
Well, we have a motion and a second, so
We have
the
a motion
discussion
and a
needs to happen.
second.
Then I can make the motion.
So we'll discuss, because there might be more than one change. So we know we have the rec department, the $4,000 for the field for a carryover, but there may be more changes.
Why would there be more change when we've already gone through the budget and the only thing was that 4,000 from the rec department?
Well, this is the carry forwards from 2021. And Catherine, does the digitization project count as a carry forward?
All right, so I went through the budget, if I may, as I said that I would, and as we do for the evening of the budget review. So there can be carry forwards, the first one being finance equipment purchase, $6,900 for the new office server. The server will arrive in 2022 if we go forward with the project, and we should. So the monies need to be carried forward. And then in the code contract services for the legal assistance, I would think that since you have $3,000 unencumbered there, that, and you've approved several legal projects with code violations that have not been corrected, that you would want to carry forward those funds, $3,000. And then the town has committed to 2 police officers that they will have their bonus, which was a side agreement to the police contract. And so it's a legitimate, because we have encumbered those funds, that we carry forward, because we have quite a bit of money in the police budget, that we carry forward the 2 $7,500 second payment on the bonus. The first one was paid when they came recently, and the $7,500 will be after a year. And then the fire chief, and on the back of the paper that you received, has 5 accounts in which he wants to carry forward money for projects to be completed, which is $15,000. And the fire chief has recommended that we carry forward $2,400 for payroll because the hours were a lot less and for their on-call. For training, $2,600, uniforms, $2,000, PPE, $6,000. And remember last year he carried forward $7,000. And the equipment would be $2,000 as they're waiting for the latest NFPA, and that has not taken place as of yet. They're supposed to get get that in October, and it hasn't happened yet, as many things haven't. So his reasoning is that due to COVID, they did not send anyone to outside training because there's money left in the budget, and that they have new members that are coming on that will need PPE and uniforms. And rather than encumber the next budget, since the people are coming on now, he would like to carry that forward. So his total is 15,000. And so that came to 39,900, and then this evening, you're carrying forward our recreation budget funding for the field for 4,000, so it would be 43,900.
So I need to make my motion now?
I had a question before you do that. In the sidebar police agreement that we had, we agreed to set aside $60,000 for 4 officers for $15,000 bonus for signing bonuses for each of them. 2 officers were hired this calendar year. Are we retaining the other? Oh, it's too late to do math. The other remaining balance will be about $30,000 to hire 2 additional officers, or because we're fully staffed now at the rate of our budget, that we do not need those extra $30,000 in signing bonuses that we had set aside.
So, yes to that, and the union only would allow 2 bonuses. If you remember, they put language on there.
Okay.
There could only be 2 officers with 2 bonuses.
Okay.
So although we said we would encumber 60,000, their counter was 2.
We only have 2/3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the carry forward for 2021 to 2022 would be $43,900.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend Resolution 21-129 to include the $4,000 carryover for the rec budget, bringing the carryover forward funds to $43,900.
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion, council? Anyone in the audience have questions? Okay, not seeing any, we will vote. All those in favor of resolution 21-129 as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass.
Resolution 21-130. Resolved that the town council approve the percentage of funds in the cemetery general fund at 6.6% of the November 30th, 2021 balance to be transferred to the 2022 budget as a revenue source for the cemetery, thereby increasing the amount of revenues to be utilized in an amount equal to the proposed 2022 cemetery budget.
I move we set resolution 21-130 to discussion for vote.
I'll second it.
Thank you. This is something we've done for the past few years.
Yes, this will be the 3rd year in which we're utilizing monies from the cemetery trust because we've been able to fortunately generate an amazing amount of interest. And so rather than let it sit there, this helps the taxpayers because the cemetery budget is not paid for with taxpayer dollars unless they go over and we have to transfer the money. There were some significant increases in that budget this year, so we will be transferring the revenues, so I think we'll be all set.
Any questions, councilors? Anyone in the audience have questions about resolution 21-130? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 21-130, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, that will pass. Resolution 21-131.
Resolution 21-131. Resolved that the town council waive the bid policy, Chapter 2, Administrative Code, Section 106, regulation of bids and contracts to accept the proposal of R.H.R. Smith and Company CPA of Buxton in the amount of $16,000 for the municipal water enterprise and sewer enterprise audits, $400 for filing the water PUC report, and $2,500 for single audit for grants, if required, for the audit year of 2021, and approve the firm as the external auditor for the town's 2021 audit.
I move we set resolution 21-131 to discussion for a vote.
Second.
Thank you. Counselors, questions? With information in your packet, background, this is the same company that has done our audit for several years.
Yes, unfortunately, the cost is going up. However, their audit costs were always very low, and now it's a new way of doing the audit with all of the digital and everything. I can't even imagine what they went through. We will try to get them to come here and be here in person because you can do the audit much easier.
Anyone in the audience have any questions about this item, resolution 21-131? Not seeing any. All those in favor of resolution 21-131, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Resolution 21-132.
Resolution 31-132. Resolved that the Town Council waive the bid policy, Chapter 2, Administrative Code, Section 106, Regulation of Bids and Contracts, to accept the proposal of AAA Energy Service Company and authorize the town manager to expend and transfer $6,784.18 from pit number 28 Municipal Building Reserve, also known as G1-605-00 on the town books, to replace the municipal building solar water tank and pipes.
I move we set resolution 21-132 to discussion for a vote.
Thank you.
Second.
Brent already beat you.
Oh, yeah.
Under
No,
the
you
down
can't,
there.
you can't hear that one, yeah?
He was very quiet over there.
We're retiring just in time, I'll tell you.
Counselors, questions about this resolution regarding fixing the municipal solar water tank system?
Was there a reason for the failure?
It seems as
There
though
must be a life expectancy of that tank, right?
I think that we're past it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the project that we got through the grant,
Yep.
and we had only staff time as town match. But the whole thing is corroded out. Everything is corroded.
Any discussion or questions from the audience tonight?
I'd just like to add that water tank down there is not the solar tank that they installed in the panels. It's our old hot water system that it's plumbed into.
Okay.
So it's 45 years
Oh, so
old.
it's even
It's
older.
all rusted out on the bottom.
So it's the reservoir tank that
Yeah,
you're
but our
feeding?
solar system feeds through it.
Oh, so it's not the solar tank.
The solar tank's up high. The big tank is the one we've had down there
They're
for
calling
45
it
years.
solar tank. Okay.
But it's part of the solar system because it has to be hooked in for domestic hot water.
Okay.
So
So are the pipes to the old reservoir or the pipes to the solar tank?
the pipes that they're going to replace are going to be from the ones from the water tank to the solar tank, so we don't get any corrosion or any problems with the other one. So.
Okay, to stop it. Okay.
Thank you, Don.
I know I was told it was a 10-year, but I figured it would take longer. Everything usually goes longer.
Any other questions, Counselor? Resolution, all those in favor of resolution 21-132, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, that will pass. Resolution 21-133.
Resolution 21-133. Resolved that the Town Council waive the bid policy, Chapter 2, Administrative Code, Section 106, Regulations of Bids and Contracts, and authorize the town manager to execute the proposals from Logically dated 7/2/2021, updated on 12/2/2021, and 7/27/2021 for server replacement, computer replacements, and from Harris for Trio conversion in the amount of $37,066.08, and to be paid for as follows.
I move we set resolution 21-133 to discussion for a vote.
Second.
Catherine, the packet you gave us, is this the amount now, the $42,057 that you handed on your way down?
All right, I've gotten 5 different packets, so the last one is not going to get any higher. That's enough. It includes going to the web, going straight to the web and going past. There's a second phase that Trio has that malfunctions and isn't a good phase, and so we would go beyond to the web and just be done with this whole thing.
So this, but that is the $42,057.49?
Yes, that's the one that she wanted approved.
And could you explain the and to be paid for as follows?
All right. Let me pull that paper out. I did good until the price went up.
Is that breakdown with the hardware, software, labor and stuff?
All right, so you all have the paper, and I'm going to get one. Or maybe not. There we go. So for resolution 21-133, I went through all the budgets for 2021 and 2022 on any account that could fit for this project. And so the cost that I had received from the assistant until right now, right before the meeting, was $37,066.08. So at least for that, we had the money in the regular finance budget, which is being carried forward for the server. So we had $6,900, which was the estimate that was previously put together by staff. In the 2021 budget and the capital allocation, we have $12,166.06 left in computers digitization. In the 2022 budget, we had put in a capital allocation of $15,000 for computers digitization. I think we should just take the digitization off because this is all going to be used for the computers. In the 2022 budget for water and sewer, I had taken the balance, or estimated we could take the balance out of water and sewer departments because we are running all the software and people are working on water sewer, and use $3,002, and that made it up to $37,000. So now we're going to have to locate some other funding because the price is a little bit higher there.
Well, this is where we would input the $5,000 that we approved for the capital?
Yes.
Okay. So when we say to be paid for as follows, we're listing off all of this and then adding in that $5,000?
We're adding in $5,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Any discussion, counselors, before we look for an amended motion with the new amounts on it?
So that comes to $42,066.08, and any difference will just be taken care of.
So I will rescind my previous motion and resubmit the motion to accept resolution 21-133 with a revised price of $42,066.08.
Second. You didn't say the thing, Mr. President.
Do we have to, in the motion, include all of the list of how it's being paid for since the motion is written that way? Or the resolution?
Why don't you say as read?
As read? Okay.
I will revise my motion to include as read.
I just know that if we don't do it that way, somebody's going to come back and ask you guys to redo it in January.
Or until such time as Councilor Collmore comes up with something else.
I think you have to include the $5,000 in there for the amendment.
Yeah, I already did with that bottom line price. Aha.
Yeah, I would list all,
All right.
we would
I'm
list
just
all of
giving
this
you
in
a
the
hard
minutes,
time.
so we have to-
As am I.
All right, we have an amended motion for a total amount of $42,066.08. Correct? Yes. And that will bring us up to the up-to-date proposal that we received this evening, as well as including the adjustments to the capital budget and the items for payment that were listed earlier. Any discussion on this, councilors? And Tim, you seconded that meeting.
Yeah.
Twice.
Anyone in the audience have any questions about this? Okay, not seeing any. Councilors, all those in favor of voting on amended resolution 21-133 as read, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, that will pass. Resolution 21-134.
Resolution 21-134, resolved that the town council authorize the payment of a bonus to employees who work through the pandemic, providing service to the townspeople, as well as performing necessary work for the municipal government to function.
I move we set resolution 21-134 to discussion for vote.
One second.
Thank you, councilors.
Catherine, is this being paid for with ARPA funds?
So, I came up with the fairest system that we could think of, and there were a lot of comments and suggestions from town councilors. So, for the funding sources, it's perfectly legitimate for the fire, police, and sanitation, recycling, transfer station to be paid for from the American Rescue Act funds. And probably some of the other departments could be too, but it may just be easier because the library couldn't, the cemetery couldn't, the town office probably could have been, but I thought the rest of us would get paid from the town budget. And there is an account that we can utilize. So we have had a very successful year in terms of expenditures being lower than normal and revenues being higher than normal.
So we're talking about above and beyond what we've been getting from the federal government all along, or the state of Maine, the recent one we got from the state of Maine. So it's something that the town of Pittsfield decided to give money away to its employees.
It's something that the town councils have talked about off and on all year, and so this is the last meeting of the year. So if you wanted, in fact, councils have said they wanted the town to pay for all of that, but you legitimately could have fire, police, recycling, transfer station paid for from the American Rescue Act, and the rest of the departments from the town budget. So this was my first stab from hearing all of your comments from people who have suggested that we do this. And so the town manager, fire chief, EMA director, police chief, and safety coordinator were the ones that were responsible for all of this or had to work a lot of extra shifts. So they were listed for $1,500 each. The full-time department heads and staff were listed as $1,000 each. And part-time department heads and staff were listed as $500 each. And the part-time staff would include the firefighters. So in order to receive the funding, the employees had to be employed in March 2020 when the pandemic arrived. They had to work through the pandemic, assisting citizens in performing tasks. They couldn't just go home and stay there and work at home. They had to be, coming into the buildings and working away. Employees who were on leave during that period of time were not eligible. We had a couple people that left. They didn't want to deal with that. It was too difficult for them. Or they had medical problems. They couldn't deal with them. Employees cannot have resigned their positions and stay with the town. And employees must have answered the fire calls in accordance with the fire chief's requirements because he wanted to make sure that appropriate people were paid. So this is tentatively calculated by myself and will be recalculated tomorrow by the staff, HR, just to make sure. It comes out to $27,500.
How much of that is coming from ARPA?
All right. To divide that up, what do you think about that?
And state of Maine gave $285 to people that were working through the pandemic. So I don't know why the town of Pittsfield feels the need to spend $28,000 just for the heck of it. We're already getting paid by the old Governor Mills.
Well, I do agree, we all were paid, and a lot of people weren't, and that was one of the reasons why I hadn't brought this forward. But when you think about it, it was a difficult period of time. People wanted to, commend the town employees for staying with the town and going through all of this and keeping on to work and doing a lot of extra work. So if you want it to be a smaller amount, it can be. I've had council say it should be a larger amount. I tried to be something reasonable because we don't want to, we don't want to spend too much money. We want, we realize that the citizens, some of them didn't work during the pandemic. They lost their jobs and everything. So you don't want to make it too high.
I have issues with, I just have issues with this whole thing. Spending money out of the budget where we're trying to squeeze and make ends meet as it is. We're raising taxes and I don't know. I have a hard time justifying to my constituents that a very small percentage of employees, and I'm not saying that they're not worth the effort or worth the consideration, but it's on the taxpayers' backs. I didn't agree with the federal government doing it. I didn't agree with the state doing it, and I certainly don't agree with the town doing it. So I am going to vote no on this. I think it's too much of a burden.
I agree with Mike.
What about the ARCO funds? Did they get into?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
I
trying.
mean, you can
how much
talk
is
about the
going
ARPA
on?
funds, but that's
Hold
what,
on.
It's
Just
the
curious.
same
how
thing.
I
much
mean,
we're talking, yeah.
money's money, and that could be going towards something else that we need. So this, I wouldn't say that I would take it out of that grant funding. We have plenty of things that could go towards, in my opinion.
So I was asked to put this together, which I have done, and you can make any changes you'd like.
Could I just find out how much would be coming from ARPA, please?
Okay, yep, I'm working on that.
Thanks.
I got sidetracked.
Brent, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think some of this stemmed from where one department head kept stating that he'd worked numerous hours extra and he wanted some type of compensation. So I think that's how this kind of derived, trying to get some of the department heads that may have worked numerous hours and not really been compensated, so they were looking for something.
Well, didn't you say, Catherine, this has been a conversation that's been ongoing for quite some time? Since I've been on the council in June or July, I don't recall hearing any of this.
Well, no, councilors have called me up and asked me about it and everything.
So it hasn't been a council discussion?
No, it's not a council item. It was councilors mentioned it, especially since it's been in the newspapers. There's been a number of towns that have provided amounts, and not large amounts. We've had a couple of departments that said that the amount should be a lot larger, and I think this is large enough.
I think we talked about it at one of the workshops, one of the budget workshops.
There was a brief discussion at a meeting.
We said we weren't going to deal
Wasn't
with
a
it
council
then, we were
meeting,
going to
it was a
deal with it
budget
at the end
workshop.
of the year when we knew where the budget was
All
at.
right, so library is 4, and ARPA is 2.
Keep thinking you're raising your hand. I can't see very well behind the screen.
No, scratching my head.
Pete, do you want to weigh in?
I was waiting to hear what that
It's going to be a tough sell to residents.
That's why I kept the amounts down, because there were suggestions for a lot higher amounts. All right, fine. I have a chart upstairs. Let me get this done.
while Catherine's numbering there, I would actually advocate for this, mostly because our employees that stayed and worked through had to put up with a lot of stuff from people coming in that were upset about different things. And they, you know, across the board, labor has gone up. You're talking about, you know, $15 and $18 an hour at restaurants, just for serving positions or kitchen positions or more, just so they can get staffing. And we don't have that flexibility in our budget in order to keep employees. We can't just change our pay scales in the middle of the year because our budgets aren't built like that, like a normal business would be. And this is a small way that we can show appreciation to those employees that were dedicated to the town, stayed with the town, and continued working in public-facing jobs that did put them at higher risk. And I think that should be commended and rewarded. They all worked very hard. You know, a lot of people filled in other roles when people were out sick and did double duty for different things because we had short staff for a variety of reasons. And I think that this is probably one of the only ways that we could actually compensate them for that.
And as public servants staying in the office, they didn't have the option to go and work from home. Right.
Well, it was close to the
Not
public
everybody.
for a long time.
What's that?
It was close to the public for a while. Couldn't come into the town office.
Yeah, we were ordered by the state to shut down
Right,
for
but
2 months.
But still, even right today, there's a lot of people who still just work from home. And the town office still stays open.
And not
A
all
lot
of
of
our
places
employees
stay
have the
open,
option of working from home.
Well, and we're giving them a 3.5% increase in
That's
there.
a cost of living raise.
There's a whole hell of a lot more than most companies give.
And they don't get that every year either.
Some companies don't get it
Most
ever.
companies.
No.
I think I've gotten a cost of living increase once in my entire career.
Right.
Where it's expected in some places.
Tim, did you have a comment?
I'm just curious. I think the library budget was very, very good. I think the department has do very well. Donnie, I got a question for you. This sounds like a good time as any to ask this. Between the transfer station, the recycling committee, recycling center, and the highway department, how much money do you think you saved this year if you combined all three? Just a round ballpark figure right off the top of your head.
I got $300,000 I saved, and probably we still got probably 2 weeks of bills, so I'd say $250,000.
And how much money do you think that you saved on your budget this year? But you don't have to give an example.
Well, transfer station,
I'm just trying to.
probably 50,000.
20, maybe $30,000. We always save money.
And because of that, I'm going to vote yes on this because I think our department has done an excellent job of it. I understand the arguments, I get it, but we have extraordinary department heads. They all do a fantastic job, every single one of them. But a lot more, we'd be paying a lot more in most communities than we're paying right now. So I'm going to vote yes on it just based on what I just heard right there.
So the total that I have that comes from the town budget is estimated at $6,000. I can move some of us over legitimately. I just felt I didn't want to leave the library and the cemetery by themselves.
So $6,000 added to the budget if this passes. How much is that per person?
Okay, it's not going to be added to the budget because it will come from an account that's in the unclassified that has the pay increases in it. So
How much is in that account?
that was the 23rd. Excuse me. Let me think about this. The 27th payroll account, and I'd have to look it up.
So you're saying that there's more than $6,000 in there, so if we take out $6,000 and disperse amongst employees, it's not going to, you said there's not going to be an addition to the budget.
No, we're not going to add anything to the 2022 budget at all. No.
This is
So go back to my original question, $6,000, how much is that per employee?
Okay. It's 1,500 for myself, and that was a suggestion from some counselors that I got, that the fire chief, police chief, transfer station, and myself be in a separate category. $1,000 for the full-time and 500 for part-time.
So the other 21,500 is coming from ARPA,
Yes.
which could be used,
It could be used for infrastructure, yes, that's correct.
and our infrastructure is.
So what is that account that money's coming from? What exactly is that for again, please?
It was supposed to be for the 27th payroll that happens every 7 years.
So when is the next 7 years up? When is that going to be
It'll
due?
7 years from now. It should be 7 years from now. Once in a while it's 6 or 8.
So you're talking the off year where there's one extra payroll that's not necessarily accounted for.
Correct. And it doesn't add, it's just where the payroll falls, so that there's 27 Fridays, for example, or 27 Thursdays.
So how much is in that account now? Do we know?
I would have to look it up. I'm not sure I brought everything up here.
So are we in danger of not having that in the account the next time this?
Oh, no.
That's needed?
There's no issue, because anything that's in there goes to unappropriated surplus. You know how if the accounts are over, the negative goes to the surplus. If the accounts
Right,
have money
right.
left, it goes to the surplus. So it won't have any effect on any other year.
So you're talking, what'd you say, 27,000 from ARPA and 6,000 for this? Are those the right
21
numbers?
from ARPA.
How much?
2150 from ARPA.
$21,000 and $21,500 from ARPA.
Yep, 6,000.
Plus 6,000 that we're taking out of this account, all for bonuses for the town employees.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
So the funds we're talking about, the total amount could be paid from this one fund by tax dollars that have already been raised and were not expended this year. So the bill has already been paid for that. If we utilize ARPA funds that are coming into the town, that represents $1 that we haven't budgeted for, except for what we did tonight, for projects that could be spent on infrastructure or other projects. So the question would be, do we do this? And two, do we pay for it out of the tax dollars that we've already raised that are just going to go to unexpended surplus anyway?
All right, we don't have enough funds in the town budget to pay for all this.
So some of it has to come from our
Yes.
funds? Okay. Does it have to be that full amount of the 21,500? If the idea would be to preserve most of the ARPA funds as possible in order to utilize those for infrastructure projects.
I had brought so much paperwork down for the budget.
And the one thing.
I didn't bring it down for this.
I personally like to see how the other councils would answer 4,000 town citizens, how they justify $27,000 not going in the budget. So we know how I'm voting. We have a lot of other things that might go to.
Buy a truck with
A small one.
Very, very small one.
A small used one. Two-wheel drive.
it. You can pay for the next
Missing
water
a
break.
headlight.
The next water break up at Birchwood, you can pay for it.
Regular cab. You can buy my truck.
So
I have a plow truck for it.
So the last payroll is usually less. We probably have 10,000 available, maybe.
So that account's about 10 plus or minus, so we're taking 6 from it.
Personally, I'd rather see a chunk of it come from the federal ARPA.
It looks like it'll have to. The majority of it will have to come from the ARPA.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even advocate for taking more than $6,000 from the town budget, like keep the 21.5 from the ARPA funds. I understand what Jason's saying, but every single time we try to use this ARPA money, we get told we can't use it. This is something we can actually use it for. We can say thank you to our town employees. I am one of the people who advocated very strongly to increase the $285 everybody was supposed to get at the state level. I see no reason why we shouldn't recognize the employees that actually stayed with us all the way from March of 2020 and didn't leave to go to other jobs. I don't understand why this is an argument. I respect your opinions, certainly I do. I understand what you mean about spending money elsewhere. I get it. But we're never getting approval for this ARPA. I'm so angry that we couldn't get $180,000 approved or get the money approved for the bulletproof vests. I don't understand how that's not considered appropriate PPE to keep them protected. But because we keep looking at this stuff happening, how many of our infrastructure plans that we're looking at are going to say, no, this one they actually will approve, I know, because other towns are doing it.
How much can you get from the ARPA? Can you get the whole 27 from them?
No, because unfortunately the library doesn't count, neither does the cemetery. They don't fall under that umbrella. I'm sorry.
Why
you
is
should.
that when other towns are doing it? Madison did that. Their librarian just got $1,500. Clinton did it. Their librarian got $1,500. So I understand. So why is that? Why doesn't the library?
No, you don't fall under the ARPA funding.
No, it was ARPA funding. They are all town employees, so they automatically got the money.
Right, but we're going to do it the right way. We can't put certain departments into the American Rescue funding just because of the work that's being done. It's not that it's not important work, it just doesn't qualify. So some towns...
classified as essential, I'm sure.
Yeah, some of the towns can use the town funding and make sure...
I mean, I didn't make the rule, but I'm assuming that's how they...
Well, that's why I say some funding, you guys, like for first responders and stuff, they can get that, they can get as much money, almost as much money as they want to ask for. But I just want you guys to think about it. I got Dave Whitman and Alan Sewell have kids at home. We said, them guys sat down and come to work every day with suits and respirators on and nitrile gloves while people were coming in and out, throwing snotty tissues and everything in their recycling, and when they could have stayed home. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that you forget. A lot of these people could have justified not coming to work, which would have made me, and I'm not advocating for me, but I'm advocating for these other people. And it's really tough. I mean, you see the counties doing it. I'm not trying to step on your toes, Holly, but a lot of these towns, they did use ARPA money, or they use a combination of tax money and ARPA money. And I'll be totally honest with you. I went out last Friday, told all the employees, Public Works and all, I bought them all a turkey. Now, I thought that was doing a good thing until I heard somebody from the public say, oh, you're buying them a turkey, so you'll get special favors as a boss. And I'm like, where does the world end here? I mean, at some point, and I'm just saying the same thing. If this money's there to justify that we can use it for things, if we're not going to use it for that, I don't think you can use certain funds for those infrastructure. That's my feeling. I've tried the same thing. And Palmyra and in Detroit, we've got some things, and I've tried to use that money for stuff, and it shut me down. So, again, infrastructure, we do need money for infrastructure. I think we're in a good way. That was my 2 cents. I mean, you guys see it. I know some people went home, some people scared. They shouldn't have. They were retirees. But I will tell you that morale is low when they're looking in the paper every day. And you got all of these towns. Town of Newport, they're getting that. They get a ham at Christmas time. The town buys them a ham. I've mentioned that before here. And all you can't do is taxpayer money. Nobody will ever approve by every town employee a ham. And I think that's part of the reason you're getting employees that want to turn over and go somewhere else. It's because we don't, and you guys recognize it, and I appreciate it. You guys pat us on the back. But this is one of those things that you just kind of look at and go, what do you do? It is very tough.
I mean, $27,000, and then you're telling them...
I'm going to have $200,000 of unexpended money that's from my budgets this year because of efficiencies that's going back in the undesignated fund balance.
I don't know, but obviously you know where that can go. I mean,
No, I can go in infrastructure.
It can go so many places.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't do a great job, I think he
No.
did, but I'm just saying, it's a tough sell to taxpayers. You know, that you're raising their mill rate again, our mill rate's through the roof as it is, and then you look around and the town's falling down, so it's like,
Yeah.
it doesn't really make sense to me, but
The ARPA money can't go to all of that, though.
I'm not saying it can go to all of it, it can go to something, I guarantee it. But I'm only one vote, so it doesn't, you know, we all have our vote.
Catherine, I'm just curious, what's the numbers come out if you was to knock it down? Knock down the 15 down to 1,000, the 1,000 down to 500, and the 500 down to, we'll say 250. Because you must know how many people in each category.
So, $1,500 for a year's worth of work is about $30 a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. 40 hours a week is 75 cents an hour bonus that you're giving these employees to show appreciation for the work that they did in the last year.
It's actually less than that, right? Because we're going from March 2020. So it's more than
It's even less than that. A small gesture that the council can do to show our employees that they're appreciated.
I can go upstairs and get my chart so that we can know exactly if we made different amounts.
Well, basically cut it down the way it was half. Pretty close.
Well, it would depend on how many people fall under each
Yeah.
category.
Yeah,
You want her to go get the chart to be able to figure different scenarios out, or?
yeah, maybe we just figure out different scenarios, I don't know. If we was to swap tax it, and your money for the what do we got for items we're gonna try to throw in and get the money now with?
All right,
You have some justification, proper justification for that item.
all right, so for the ARPA funding, infrastructure for water and sewer, it's almost everything in water and sewer is applicable, as well as what's considered premium pay or bonuses for the employees, all of which that would have worked with the public in certain categories. You also can use it for broadband. We would not, because we have really good broadband here, and we have a grant from Main Street for broadband. There are a few other categories, but they're categories that would be difficult for us to work in. It's more like health care, providing health services, doing testing and such.
Like, for example, somebody said, buy a new truck. A new truck's not gonna cut it in the right?
No, we can't buy a
So,
truck.
you're not gonna get that. So it's gotta be stuff that is actually related to, in contact with the pandemic.
Yeah, and we have the 77, well, now we've got the 180,000 for, that we tried to use the money for the personal protective equipment that we probably would use 5,000, because it will be for things like masks and gloves and things like that. Disposable suits for the recycling and transfer station at the sites and things. All right, I'm just double checking. I did not have that list down here. I have it upstairs.
So is this an item that can be tabled for now and taken up at a later date?
We should take care of it this year, I think, because we're talking about expending 2021 funds.
Understand, but is this an item that can be tabled to be taken care of at a later date?
The reason why it's come up is now is because people did want it taken care of in 2021, and they wanted to consider it like it's Christmas bonuses, for example. All right, I'm going upstairs. I'll double check it. Do not have.
So do we know if it can be handled at a later date? I've heard the reasons why we want it done now, but I'm asking can it be tabled and done at a later date?
Yes, yes, you could.
Perfect, that's all I need to know.
I got one question. Can we take let's say, an unofficial vote, like a straw vote, right now?
Straw
Because-
poll,
Yeah, straw poll. what do you
just
call it?
yes or no, whether to give
How it is right
bonuses
now.
versus
Right, as it is right now.
actual amount.
Yeah, an unofficial vote. Just
Right.
yeah.
Let's do a straw poll, just go around. Jason?
Nay.
Tim?
Aye.
Amanda?
Yes.
Pete?
Aye.
Brent?
All right.
I vote nay.
I vote aye. Or I will vote aye. If we were actually going to.
Great, look, we don't even have to go through Catherine running upstairs and getting her table.
So you have a wide open amount though. You're gonna vote on something you don't even have numbers for.
No, it's not a wide open amount, it's the amount she's proposed in
They're
here.
happy with what's in there, Mike.
That's what we just took a straw man poll on what's already written and proposed.
I'd like to make a motion, we table this and take it up at a later date, next meeting, 2022.
We actually have a resolution or a motion on
Yeah,
the
we've made motions on top of motions earlier this evening too. Well, I will rescind my motion to discuss Resolution 21-134, and I move we table it and take it up at a later date.
Okay, Brent, you seconded it. Do you
We didn't get
that?
public comment, is there any of that? Anybody
He's
on?
gonna rescind he's gonna rescind.
Oh, if he rescinds his thing, you can't take public comment, it's done now.
What?
So
He
Brent,
rescinded.
He rescinded his motion, the
If you might consider
discussion.
me-
I rescind the motion, I made another motion to table this at a later date, look for a second.
So if Mike rescinds his motion to open discussion on resolution 21-131, Brent, you seconded it. Do you concur with that?
No, I will not rescind it.
It's not the seconder, it's the person who makes the motion.
But the person that, the motion was only valid because it was seconded. So the person who seconded it has to agree to rescind it as well.
Okay.
I
Yes.
believe, I mean, I can
All
double,
right.
I got my book, I can double check. We've never
No,
done
that's
this
fine.
before, so I'll double check.
I need to take a break,
You take a break?
I
Okay.
need to throw up.
I actually think, Heather, once somebody has rescinded their motion, the second is nullified.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would think so.
Is that-
I'm pretty sure that's how it's
I
handled.
mean-
We've actually never done this before, so this is.
Yeah, I think it's how it's handled in committees at the state level too.
I guess you just turn around and redo it.
Yeah, I would think that if, in this situation, you would just get rid of it and do another
Right.
motion.
Well, and then do it again.
All right, we'll wait for Mike to come back. Do we have to vote on him rescinding his motion, or? is
No.
this- Okay.
Once he's rescinded it, it's gone. That doesn't mean that somebody else can't make the motion.
Okay, so Mike's motion is withdrawn.
And then he did make another motion to table. It was just waiting for a second.
I think you just do it tonight, either you're gonna do it or not do it.
I don't know what difference it would make to wait.
And if you wanted to do it a different way, let's say you didn't want to spend over X, I can make a chart up, afterwards and make it as fair as possible. Obviously, the part-time people would get, half of what the full-time got.
Do we even have a second for the table?
No.
Well, I'm gonna wait till he comes back.
Well, according to Holly, other towns are, even if they're in the library, they can get paid from this ARPA fund, so why aren't we doing that? Why would you pay for it all in the ARPA if other towns are doing it?
For some
Other towns are
people,
doing all kinds of things, and one town has had the money, been told that what they've done is wrong, and that they are gonna have to give the money back, so we're following the requirements. A number of towns have put some of the people in a different category.
Okay, so Mike rescinded his motion to open discussion on resolution 21-134. That motion's been rescinded. And then Mike, you made a second motion to table. Resolution 21-134. Does that have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on tabling the item.
There's no discussion on tabling, you can only vote.
Alrighty then. All those in favor of tabling item 21-134, please say aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Nay. We'll do a roll. Counselor Hall,
Aye.
Counselor Nichols,
Nay?
Counselor Collmore,
Nay.
Counselor Lodgedice,
Nay.
Counselor Cross,
Nay.
Counselor Chinchet,
I vote aye.
and I vote nay. The motion to table fails.
I move we adopt resolution 21-134 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 21-134 as presented. Discussion, counselors? Discussion from the audience?
So,
Oh, sorry.
so back to the numbers, we're back to the
We're looking at
21,500 would come from the ARPA fund.
27,500 is the total. All of it would come from the ARPA funds except for about 6,000. And if it made you feel better that it was less from the town funds, I can move myself over to the ARPA funds legitimately.
That's
I
fine.
did it as presented, right?
Yes.
Well, if she can move it legitimately, why wouldn't she?
But because I didn't want to leave just the library and the cemetery by themselves.
I don't think anybody's gonna be offended. As long as they get the money, they can. I mean, it's less taxpayer money.
Yeah. Don't get ARPA all again.
So yeah, use that all you can. You just said can't use it for much, so.
Do you want to make that adjustment, or?
Well, this is an adjustment, it's just an internal thing. You're voting on the total.
The counselors seem concerned about where the funds are coming from, so I think we should establish where it's going to be coming from.
So that would mean like 23,000 is coming from ARPA. If you add you back in, and then we're down to 4,500 from town.
Yes,
Okay.
that's doable.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, we've established where the funds are being proposed to be taken from. Counselors, do you have any more discussion?
Does the motion account for that modification?
I'm going to write it underneath the motion. I'll write the details right underneath.
Right, but that motion doesn't account for that verbally
I said as presented.
as presented.
Which
This would be the as presented.
Okay.
27,500.
We did have a hand from somebody.
I'm trying to get the rest of the counselors to kind of make up their minds, they need more information first, before going out that way. Any other counselor comments? Okay, we're going to go to the audience. Desiree Jester has a hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, actually, this is Rob, her husband. I just had a question on the amounts again. I did not see that come up and did not see it in the paperwork and what they were. Is this position-based? I apologize, I missed it. Is this position-based or is this blanket across the board, full-time and part-time?
It is position-based with $1,500 for executive functions, so that would be town manager, fire chief, EMA director, police chief, safety coordinator, transfer station coordinator. Full-time department heads and staff would be $1,000, and part-time department heads and staff would be $500, and that includes firefighters. And there's a list of requirements in order to receive the funding. Do you want that read as well?
If you would, please. Yes.
In order to receive the funding, employees had to be employed in March of 2020 when the pandemic arrived. Employees had to work during the pandemic assisting citizens and performing their regular duties to keep the town government functioning since March 2020. Employees who were on leave during this period of time are not eligible. Employees cannot have resigned their position. Employees must have answered fire calls in accordance with the fire chief's requirements. The total calculated is $27,500, and the council has decided that $23,000 would come from ARPA funding, which would be the federal funding, and $4,500 would be coming from unexpended 2021 budget dollars.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One more question, please.
Go ahead, Mike.
Are there any employees holding multiple titles getting multiple checks?
No.
No? But there are employees holding multiple titles
Yes.
that are called out in that list.
Yes, but they would get one bonus.
So our fire chief / EMA director would receive one check for
Yes.
$1,500. Counselors, do you need any more information about this item? Okay, I'm going to move the vote. All those in favor of adopting Resolution 21-134 as presented for a total amount of $27,500. The council would like $23,000 coming from the ARPA funding and $4,500 coming from the town. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we're going to do a roll. Councilor Hall,
Nay.
Councilor Nichols,
Aye.
Councilor Palmore,
Aye.
Councilor Wagenai,
Aye.
Councilor Frost,
Aye.
Councilor Chachet,
I vote nay.
and I'll vote aye. That will pass 5-2. Move on to Resolution 21-135.
Resolution 21-135, resolved that the town council authorize the use of American Rescue Plan Act funding for important town projects.
Move we set resolution 21-135 to discussion for vote.
Second.
Thank you, Jason.
So at this point, we're not able to use it for the personal protective equipment. And we did float some items on public communication and making our buildings more accessible, putting in better systems here so the public could hear the meetings better. All that does not fit, and some towns have done that or are thinking about it, but those items do not fit. So at this point, I don't really have anything else to bring up under this section. This was in hopes that we could we would have the exact amounts and be able to say that we were done with the personal protective equipment and that we were done and would be able to like digitize this room and set up the audio and everything so the public would be able to listen and find the meetings better and everything, because there is a public communication part under the Federal Register, but when having it legally read after calling the federal and state government representatives a number of times and understanding it is an interim rule and they didn't want to make a final decision. The review of the town attorney is that these projects did not fit.
I'd be curious, Catherine, why the digitization one would be denied, given that that allows for all of the
Well, I
restrictions that we
thought that
keep
it would
hearing.
work perfectly. We would be able to professionally have this room done instead of having all this advice from people and buying the items and having them kind of not work. We have some items that we brought down here that we purchased that we're using upstairs. They work perfect up there, but they just don't work down here. So we need to have the room looked at professionally. So I thought it would fit, but it has to have a health component to it, which I thought it does, because the people don't want to come to the room. They
Well,
want to
let's
watch.
forget about the people who don't want to come, the people who can't come because of immune issues.
Yeah, there's a number of people that can't come that would like to. I know, I thought that it would work, but I was told no.
So are we just tabling this
So we
because
would table this.
none of this applies?
Yeah.
Or a lot of it?
Yeah, you have decided to spend the money from the 23,000, so I'll update the chart, but other than that, there's nothing that we can do.
So there's no action on this, so I will rescind my motion for resolution 21-135 and make a motion to table resolution 21-135 for discussion at a later date.
Second.
Sorry.
Resolution 21-35 is tabled. We'll move on to resolution 21-36.
Resolution 21-136 resolved that the town council authorize the write-off of uncollectible personal property taxes.
Will we set resolution 21-136 to discussion for vote?
Second.
Councilors, you have an item in your packet listing the uncollectible personal property taxes. There's 3 listed there, and also one to be written off by a company that was sold and consolidated.
That's just for your information, the assessor would write that one off. So these were assessed to the wrong owner. It's too late to assess them correctly. We're not going to get the funds there. So they should be written off.
So this is a total of $1,760.37. Any questions or comments about this, counselors? Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments about the written off uncollectible property taxes?
This is something that the town should do every year or every other year to clean up the books. There's others, but I want to do a bit of more research on them before bringing them in.
Not seeing any comments from the audience or councilors, we'll move to vote. Resolution, all those in favor of resolution 21-136, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Resolution 21-137.
Resolution 21-137. Resolved that the town council approve the write-off of taxes, tax liens, interest and costs from map 7, lot 47A on Mount Road to address a property that became tax required through foreclosure of taxes in the amount of $39,985.31, and furthermore, writing off the back balance will assist in allowing the property to be sold.
And will we set resolution 21-137 to discussion for vote?
Second.
Thank you.
So I provided a history of what's going on here. In order to sell any property, the taxes are supposed to be paid up, and that includes the town doing it too. So people will look at this small piece of property and, realize that the amount of taxes from all those years back in the 90s that had accumulated and this has to be written off by the town council. I can't just write it off and wouldn't. It has to be legitimately taken care of. And there is no way to collect $40,000 on this piece of property.
We had somebody interested in buying this property a few years ago.
We did, yeah.
And they couldn't because of the tax lien that was on it.
That would be correct.
So, and then the town would be able to expend this property and dispose of it, put it up for sale.
Yes, we'll be contacting the people that have called us if we're able to get this written off. We talked about doing this before, but we haven't had a year in which we had, a really good budget year. Everything was always very close, so we can afford to do this year.
What kind of process is it? How quickly can that happen so that we can contact potential buyers?
I figured out the interest as of tomorrow, so I'll write them off tomorrow and then call up.
There's nothing that has to be put in the county records or anything like that?
No.
No?
It has to get off our books. It's a state law, but it's also our tax required property policy states that we're supposed to get they're supposed to be written off and paid off.
Right, yep. I remember this from way back when.
Yeah, this is that irritating.
Your entire 24 years you've probably been talking about
That
this
was my
property.
comment. I was just going to put out there for the new council, I've dealt with this since 1997. So there you go.
Back then it was just, we'll take care of this.
We'll take care of it.
Yeah, well, it took
Dwight said
24
it
years.
will be off.
This is that irritating item on the list of taxes that looks really bad.
Yep.
So, Catherine, the process of this would be just like a regular tax acquired property. We have to put it out with an announcement, and then people can put bids in on it.
Well, it's actually town owned now. In order to stop the taxes, once we got the Brownsfield grant, and once I realized what was going on a few years into this, we got the Brownfield grant, we got the property all cleaned off, the whole building's down, all of the materials, pesticides hauled away and paid for, and then I made it town-owned, so the taxes stopped. So we didn't, it would have been a lot larger than this.
So it's not considered a tax
It's
acquired
town-owned.
property to follow.
We already have it.
Yeah.
Because we already own it.
But as far as selling it off,
We would notify people, put on an ad, go
Okay.
through a process like that.
Might actually be money back.
any other questions, counselors? Anyone in the audience have any questions about this item? Okay, not seeing any, we'll go ahead and move the vote. All those in favor of resolution 21-137, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, that will pass. Resolution 21-138.
Resolution 21-138, resolved that the town council approve a renewal application for an inland farmer's license for Outland Farm Brewery located at 113 North Lancey Street, Suite 6 and 7, Pittsfield, Maine, 04967.
And will we set resolution 21-138 to discussion for a vote?
Second.
So this is a wonderful facility that everything's working out really well and people really like. And this is their ability to have the brewery there with the state permit or license is the renewal there.
So the only question that I had was on number 4. Has it always been classified as a restaurant?
Yes, it had to be open in COVID times. Remember we gave them that approval when they tried to open? They were getting ready to open and COVID hit. So
They
they
had
couldn't actually open
a
the doors.
special permit.
So, yeah, so they started out, so they can serve because in their tasting room, they can serve their own products in their tasting room. But to serve other products and then to serve food as well, they didn't have to have a restaurant license, but that's the proper way to do it. So they have an actual restaurant license now as well as their brewery license and their taproom license. Any questions from the audience regarding this licensing? Not hearing any, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of resolution 21-138, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that will pass. We'll move on to resolution 21-139. And
Resolution 21-139, resolved that the town council accept all cash donations for the library donations G1-634 for 2021 and authorize the expenditure of the funds in accordance with town rules and regulations.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the policy, discuss resolutions 21-139 through and including 21-143 as one and vote as one.
Second.
this is to waive the rule. We need to have 5 votes in the affirmative for this to pass. Otherwise, we'll go back to dealing with them one by one. So we're going to vote. Mike made a motion. Amanda has seconded it. Any discussion, counselors, as far as how the procedure works on this? Just a time saver.
What were the numbers from
139 to 143.
Basically, it's all the cash donations coming into the town.
Okay.
Any questions from the audience on why we're doing this? All right, all those in favor of resolution 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Time saver.
I don't like that.
I like that one too.
Let's
One
do
of
it
my
for the rest of
favorite
them.
permanent moves right there.
Could we do it right to the end?
All right, resolution 21-144.
Resolution 21-144, resolved that the town council reaffirm the appointment of a new director to the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation, known as PEAC, and the reappointment of current members, all being three-year terms.
Move we set resolution 21-144 to discussion for a vote.
Second.
Councilors, questions and discussion?
I just want you to know that I'm going to abstain from this vote because the Department of Economic Development falls under the committee that I belong to.
For the state.
It's a regulation.
And PEAC is underneath it, so I don't want to have any potential.
Pittsfield Economic Expansion Committee falls under your,
Falls under the DECD.
what's the
They're
DECD?
licensed- The Department of Economic Development.
Okay. You missed the C.
Department of Economic Community.
Yeah, something like that. I can never remember the full name because we only use the DECD.
We'll just use DED. Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I'm on the P committee, I don't even know if I should be voting on this, but I think that where I'm going to be being off the town council, this is my last meeting tonight, and we're looking to reaffirm the appointment of a new director of the Town Economic Expansion Corporation. I would like to make a motion to nominate Heather Donahue for that position.
Isn't that what we're voting on?
We're voting on accepting, it says here that we're voting on reaffirm the appointment of a new director to the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation. I'm not the new director would be filling the slot that I'm leaving. Is that correct?
No.
You're a current.
No, you're considered a
reappointment.
You're a reappointment.
Oh, I thought where, I guess I misunderstood. I thought where we needed to have current, at least one council member on there.
Yeah, but she's not going to be, so she wouldn't fit that role.
The mayor always is, the mayor is like a de facto member of that committee. So that would be like the council
Okay,
representative.
I was just trying to make it official,
Yeah.
because I wasn't sure how that was going to go.
No, you're stuck with it, Tim. You can't
I'm
leave
stuck
that
with it.
too.
Well, hey, it was worth a shot.
Unless you
I
don't,
said that.
Tim, unless you don't want to be reappointed, we can just scratch you right off here.
Right, so the motion would be to appoint myself as a new PEAC regular director, and then current PEAC directors being reappointed would be Michael Gray, Gary Jordan, Gary R. Jordan Jr., Tim P. Nichols, Robert Stackhouse, and Catherine Ruth. Catherine is on the board of directors because she does the financial part because it's tied into the town that way.
So I always thought it was a council member that was, because Debbie was doing that for a while.
It can be council members, it can be just members of the community.
Yeah,
Is Mike Ray on that this year?
Yeah. Traditionally, it's been people who have gotten off the council or are current members of the council, business people, and the town managers have been on there simply because we handle the books.
I mean, I'll
Jason had a question.
I'll stay on but I just thought that, I guess I misunderstood. That I thought probably that you had to have a current council member on there.
The mayor is always your current council member.
Okay.
And you do have one other vacancy, you can have 7 members, so somebody else could be on it.
How come these are all in line with each other? The 3-year terms are all exactly the same. How come it doesn't stagger like?
It's how they set them up. Originally, I thought it was kind of weird too.
It was odd.
So, question I have, as mayor, I had no clue, no communication, nothing from Pete. So is there not a consistency there? I don't understand this whole process.
I don't really understand Pete, to be honest with you.
Well, it may be, there were some years there were no meetings too.
Well, no, that's incorrect. I do recall there was some communications problem.
I almost think that when you were in there, it was a time when it was kind of doing one of these numbers. It was one of them quasi enacted. I mean, they did have a few things, but not like it is since like when they started selling the industrial park pieces and stuff like that.
I understand what you're saying. I've gone through scenarios myself, but there's no mention, nothing. I had no idea at that time that the mayor was considered a part of Peak. There's a lot of mystery. There's a lot of cloudiness about this on how long these people. I didn't know till tonight that it's a 3-year term. I had no idea. Because we don't hear anything about it. The council hears nothing about it until Mike Gray comes or Gary Jordan comes once every 6 months or once a year. Okay, this is what we're doing. We need to have something a little bit more consistent than that. Every 3 or 4 months. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Because there's just no communication. I mean, since 2018, and before that, this is my 4th term that I'm going to be starting on, and that's way too long to know these minor details of Peak. This is ridiculous.
So Peak is actually not part of the town. It's an independent.
No, I know that.
C3, so
Yeah.
they're not actually obliged to come to the council.
No, I understand that, but if the mayor is considered a part of the board, why is the mayor not informed of such things?
I don't know what to tell you on that.
It's more of a rhetorical question. I know you.
I got the answer to that. Somebody dropped the ball.
Well, no.
And the bottom line is hey, look, if you guys want to have,
Thanks, Bill.
I can't speak for all the members,
Merry
but I'm
Christmas.
sure that if you guys want us to come in every 4 months or so and give you an update, just say so, we'll do it.
It was just a suggestion. I'm just
I mean,
merely spitballing here, but there's a lot of things about it. I don't understand how many people in town know about it. How many people in town know that it's a 3-year term? How many people in town that would have wanted to be on that have expressed interest? This is my 4th term. My 4th term, and I had no idea there's 3-year terms. I would have been interested in doing that. I had no clue. It's not up to me to track down every Peak member of, hey, what's going on, what's going on. As councilors in this town, we should know that, whether or not we have direct input with them or whether they answer to us or not. But it's a significant part of this town set up by the council some time ago and by former councilors. But we have, it's like a mystery organization. It's like a star chamber.
Jason?
Yeah, I mean, when you say we're not involved, but yet we vote on who is on Peak, we're somewhat involved. And how do we know these people even want us run again? Like Tim didn't even know he was running again, so.
Well, he does know.
But how do we know Bob Stackhouse or Gary Jordan, any of these people really want to be back on this thing?
Because we're meeting shortly.
Well,
That's not an answer.
Well, what if somebody?
But we're voting on before you have the meeting. I mean, that you should have had the meeting. Well, we met last week, and they've expressed this. And now it's on
Well,
the
they
thing.
already have expressed this, and we're going to have a meeting come up to go over the land use regulations, which they're working on.
I mean, there could
for
be
the meeting.
There could be 5 other residents that want to run opposing these guys.
I apologize if I caused any confusion. I was under the impression that, natural progression or order of things. I'm sure that if as a Peak member, I mean, I can't fix what's happened in the past if people don't think it was handled right or whatever. But I mean, I'm sure that they would come in every 4 months or so, say, look, these are our people, these are our terms, this is what we're working on. We can publicly open up and let you know what it is. We can't tell you everything, but we're working on blah, 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 blah. I'm sure that they, you know how they'll come in every once in a while and they'll give you you get an update. Gary used to do it every so often. I'm sure. I don't think it'd be. I'm talking out of school here, Heather, but I don't think they'd have a huge problem coming in every once in a while.
So
with
Tim,
a brief update.
they have come in.
Yeah, about every 6 months or
If you
so.
go through the agenda, you'll see where Peak has come in and explained out exactly what they do.
Yeah.
Let me talk to that because I brought that up as a what if. I have no problem with Heather being on there, being a business owner in town. I think she'd have some really good insight on that. I'm just concerned that there are other people in town that may have a lot to offer also that have no idea. It's a big secret. We publish, okay, who wants to be on the planning board this year? Who wants to be on the pool committee? Who wants to be on the theater committee that's now defunct?
Right.
That's like the first 3 months of every year, that seems to be something we need to get people up. We never talk about this. This is a secret. No one knows about it. It's like a closely held thing. So, I bet if we had people online there that a lot more than now, they say, well, I had no idea. I'd be interested in doing that. I'm just concerned that we're not, and it has nothing to do with the motion you have on the floor. It absolutely doesn't. I'm just, with Pete in general, I just have an issue with the way it's non-communicative. And being on the council, we should all know that, but this is my 4th term and I don't, and I didn't. And I find it a little bit ridiculous.
Jason?
So, I mean, if these are 3-year terms and they're all expired now, then this should really be kind of put out there that, hey, we got 7 positions that need to be filled. You guys want to join Peak? Let's go join Peak, and you can get all kinds of different people if you want it. So I don't see how this is like automatically these well, it's 5 people and then most likely you, but I don't. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand that.
I can't explain why they all.
Well, if there's no good explanation here, then why are we voting on this? I think we deserve a good explanation if you're going to vote on something like this.
Well, the proposal is to reappoint the 5 directors that are already there and add a 6th. And then Catherine already mentioned that we can have up to 7 positions. So there's another position that is open, and if somebody would like to serve on the committee, they can contact Catherine, and Catherine can go to the committee needs to nominate someone to serve.
Right, but there could be 4 or 5 people out there that want to
So
run
they need
for
to
this.
put just like any other committee, they can put their names into the town office, and that'll get passed on to the committee, and Pete can nominate someone to the town council to appoint.
But nobody knew about it. How can people come and apply for this position? Well,
So Pete,
of course you know about it now.
I don't understand why you're saying that nobody knows about it, because Pete they've been in here several times.
I'm not saying we didn't know about Pete.
Last year.
I'm not saying we didn't know about Pete. We don't know that there's 5 positions available for residents to apply for them. Nobody said that. Nobody announced it here. Nobody announced it in the town office. It wasn't publicized for anybody in the community.
So
If they wanted to join that,
It's not one of the board committees.
then why are we voting on it?
I understand what you're saying, and technically I agree with you, but to use that as insulation as to why it's not advertised so anyone can apply to it, I don't agree with it. That's the issue I have with it.
It's not insulation, it just would not be listed with the town board.
Exactly, that's my point. How would people in town know? If anyone in town can be pointed to it, how do they know that's even available to them? They don't.
So there's another organization called the Pittsfield Development Authority, the PDA. They were instrumental in negotiating with Puritan and securing that property and everything and doing all of that. They have directors within the town, and they are a nonprofit that works for the betterment of businesses in the town. But, they go out and they recruit people to do it. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, except for it's not something we're voting. We don't have a motion to vote those people in. That's not part of the town council.
No,
so
it's not.
why is this? I don't understand that.
Because it's the economic development arm of the town. It's a nonprofit set up to help businesses to get established in town. As a nonprofit, they can deal with grant funding, they can help with the CDBG grants and all those kinds of things. They help with innovative specialties, helped him through the process of securing the property and going through all the things that he needed to do to get the grant to get his business here. So they handled that because the town itself cannot be handling those types of things for private businesses.
I'd like to see this table, if there's a willingness, and so we can at least advertise or let people know that this is an availability. And I don't know, I just think this needs to be a bit more upfront. Almost like the same list as I mentioned that we have, people needed for the planning board, people needed for this committee, people needed for that committee, people needed, people showing interest on peak. Because we got 5, 6, potentially 7 positions that are open, that could be open.
Are they all open, all 4?
They're all do at the same time. All 3-year terms, all do at the same time. So is there interest in tabling and bringing up at a later date? Is it worth for me to nod heads? No,
I think so.
yes.
I think I'm not going to schedule any more meetings for a while then.
How do you know you have the most qualified people to be on there anyway?
Because the council vetted them over the years and put them on there.
Well, it's not, the
whole thing is just,
it's not that I'm questioning the qualifications, absolutely not. I'm just questioning the process and how they get there because, in my case, 4 terms, and I just found out tonight that they're 3-year terms and they're all at the same time. And I was a mayor for an entire year, but no one from Peak said boo or anything. No one anywhere in this town said, oh, by the way, you're technically a member of Peak.
I think
An entire year as mayor, and I didn't know that. There's something that changed.
We should table it and put it more publicly known that there's 7 positions that are looking to be filled for the Peak, and if you're interested and want to...
I'm going to rescind my motion and move that we table resolution 21-144 to a later date.
Second.
All right, no economic development for Catherine.
Good.
Yeah.
Not for Tim either.
I got other stuff to do.
Well, it's kind of a sarcastic comment for
Well, no.
kind of a serious item.
Well, no,
Catherine,
I'm
Tim.
supposed to be working with this group on a major project here, and with all this.
Well, we're not saying you can't. This, I'm just saying that we need to have a little bit more information there. I mean, that kind of comment is not productive, and I don't appreciate it.
It is a productive comment because
it's not.
I'm not going to schedule any more meetings right now.
You're saying that there's no meetings for Catherine. That's a productive comment.
Well, I'm not going to have any meetings with the committee until we get this resolved.
We can get it resolved first of next year.
Motion on the floor.
So the motion's been tabled. Would anybody like to remove it from the table?
Well, it hasn't been tabled, you haven't voted on it.
I thought you said before, once the motion was made to table it, it was tabled.
No, I said you can't discuss.
I'm really
tabling
tired
motions.
right now. Okay, so
You
we're
took a vote before.
going to approve the motion to have it tabled. Is that where we're going?
Yeah.
All those in favor of tabling the motion for number
144.
21-144, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Okay.
We'll do a roll.
I got one question then. We're gonna table it. When are we tabling it to, and what's it gonna contain for information with it? Is you gonna wait till that point to have it?
We can have a topic
I have
of
no
discussion at the
idea.
next meeting.
Okay.
At the next town council meeting.
Okay.
If we table tonight, I guess I apologize. I guess the direction would be, Catherine, if we table it tonight, we can bring it up the next meeting, discuss, I don't know how we word it, but, whoever would have whoever would be mayor at the time, open that up as a discussion item.
And very well could be all these same people. I'm just saying, like, it should have been more well known, and out there.
Yeah, I'll just say it has not been handled as a board committee because it's set up as a 501c3, so they've always handled it differently.
Okay, we're going to vote. We have
Very confused.
we need to do a roll call on tabling this item. Jason?
Aye to table it. Aye.
Tim?
Nay.
Amanda?
Abstain.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Pete?
Nay. To table it.
Brent?
I'll go with aye.
Mike?
I vote aye.
And I vote nay. Motion fails. 2. There's 3 in affirmative, so that the motion does fail. It will not be tabled. So we need a motion on 144.
So we do that, go back to
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 3 to 3 with 1 abstention.
So what do we do with this?
Still.
Now we have to vote on.
I'll vote on
They have to
it.
vote on it, the way it's written.
Well, we have to set, we have to make a motion.
Discussion.
Huh?
We need a motion to open discussion.
I make a motion, we discuss resolution 21-144.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I am abstaining, but I would like to just clarify an understanding here. If this does not pass tonight, what does that do to Peak as an organization? Because technically, by the documents that they filed, the articles of incorporation with the state requires them to have at least 3 directors on their 501c3. So what are the repercussions at the state level for this?
I have absolutely no idea.
So let's take a vote on this resolution.
So the resolution before us is to reappoint the 5 sitting members of the directors of Peak and to appoint 1 new director, which would be myself. That's the motion before us.
And there will still be an one open
There still
seat.
leaves 1 open space as well.
I'm ready to vote.
Mike?
Quick observation, follow up with what you had mentioned. Since all these seats were incorrectly set up, 3-year terms all at the same time, the council technically or theoretically could have the power to dissolve it by saying, we don't want to pass this tonight. And that goes into your question as to how does that
It's
nonprofit
not-
be affected by the state?
It wasn't
So-
incorrectly filed, though, Mike.
No,
All they
no.
had to do was say that they wanted
No,
3-year
listen to my
terms.
point. That's not my point at all. My point is, that's the reason why that committee needs to re-look at the times. Somebody needs, okay, I'll stay 1 year, I'll stay 2 years, you stay 3 years, because to have all 5, 6, or 7 members at the same time, that's, I mean, the potential could end up here. We could have just as likely not passed it, and then we don't, that's new ground because we don't know what would have happened. We don't know if they would have dissolved, or we don't know if they would have just gone, against the rules, whatever this thing was set up by. It's just
So that's
just a point for Pete to deal with, because the council cannot tell them how to run things, and Pete needs to fix that.
Well,
That's a
Peak
strong
has-
suggestion.
As a 501c, Peak has rules and bylaws that they would have filed, as Amanda said, with the state, and so they would be following their rules and their bylaws. So it can certainly be something that the directors can take that feedback to the group. As far as what that looks like, they could vote to change their bylaws or amend their bylaws in reflection of that type of consideration that you're pointing out there. Just so you have an idea of the work that Pete is going to be setting up and the meetings that Catherine is referring to, is that there's been numerous items that we've discussed at council meetings this year, things that the planning board hasn't had the capacity to deal with because of the changing in staff and people coming and going from the planning board. There's the tiny house rules that need to be rewritten and put into the codes. And there's also development for housing is one of the items that they're going to be looking at. Identifying other places and helping recruiting businesses for industrial and manufacturing, as well as other types of things. These are the people that can kind of do the reaching out to businesses and attracting people to town. So that's the type of stuff that Catherine is going to be meeting with them in preparing all those ordinances and those types of things. That was set to be done in January, February, March at the beginning of the year when things are a little bit slower with other items that come before the town after we get through the budget stuff. So that's what she's referring to when she's saying no economic development meetings, because that is something that she had planned on doing in the next couple months. We have a motion on the floor, a motion as written. Anyone in the audience have any comments or questions about this? Mr. Jester?
Yes, two questions. So, this group is functioning in the place of what committee? I'm sorry.
PEAK is the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation.
Oh, no, I understand that, but you just said they were functioning in assisting with duties.
Oh, assisting the planning
Planning
board with some
Okay.
with some land use issues and doing some of the legwork on developing land use regulations.
Okay, and follow-up question to that. What is, I understand that there are 6 sitting directors at the time. Any idea what their length has been for each of them? Like if have each served 3 to 4 terms? Or do we know that information, how long they've been on the board?
Tim might know that. Catherine?
We can look it up. I don't have that information with me this evening. This is Catherine, the town manager. But certainly I can figure that out because I have the minutes and take the minutes.
Sure, that would be good information, to know as far as what the effectiveness is of those people since they've been on that committee or that board and that, and such.
Mm-hmm. No, very good point. Thank you.
Eric, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this group doesn't have any accountability to the council, why are we voting to appoint them? Or why are you voting to appoint them? Or keep them in office or whatever you want to hold their position?
It's one of the requirements of the bylaws that the council be involved with the process. It's set up, it's a unique 501c3 Economic Development Corporation that in order to have some accountability to the town council, they do reaffirm the appointments that the group makes at their meetings. So there's like a 2-step process here. So they make recommendations for members and have reappointment process, and then the council will act on this.
Okay.
So it's to keep involvement.
Mr. Jester, did you have another question? There's your hand up from prior.
No, I did have a follow-up question to that. So if the council's job is to reappoint those members, may I ask why it would be a blanket reappointment of all directors and why that wouldn't be done on a case-by-case basis? Or a person-by basis?
So the individuals were originally vetted, and actually, I believe all of them were town councilors at one point. Generally, what will happen is town councilors will retire, and then they get on to PEAK because the council feels comfortable with them. So then they appoint them to PEAK, and then they work on a lot of projects. And my comments on the meetings is that we've got all these meetings set up and all these projects, and I made the packets for them and everything. So after Christmas, we're going to start this big project to help the planning board, which has been struggling because they've had a lot of applications, and members, some members have had to retire or resign, or some have moved out of town, so they just can't handle the workload of some of the projects. So PEAK volunteered to help with that. So it's generally retired councilors who are appointed by the council to Peak because they trust them and they've been counselors, so they understand how government works, and they're generally business people.
Sure. Okay, I guess I just didn't understand why it was a blanket versus an individual. To the point earlier where that would change up terms or at least stagger, stagger your knowledge base and freshness of ideas coming into the organization. It would give the opportunity to infuse new blood and new ideas versus just blanketing, forwarding the same members unless they decide to step down. You just every few years move the entire organization forward. So that was my question, because every organization needs fresh idea infusion. That's it. I appreciate your time.
Yep, that's a good point. What might be good here is that if we requested that Peak, because they can appoint themselves, they just need to be reaffirmed, that they schedule themselves over 1, 2, and 3-year terms. Or maybe they'll just do that anyway to straighten us out.
So we would have had a motion like this back in like 2019 to reappoint all these Peak members?
There's been different reappointments over the years. I don't remember quite when they all were.
Well, it would have been 3 years ago if they're 3-year terms.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
They could be finishing up 2 years in a term,
No, but they're all 3-year
They're all
terms
at the same time.
at the same time.
Right, okay, so.
So they're all on the council, they're all being
Somebody
reappointed,
joined-
because they're all at the end of 3 years, so 3 years hence, prior, this would have happened
Well,
before.
people come on at different times.
Somebody gets off after 2 years, they can't do the last year, somebody else might
It's
go
like
on.
me leaving my seat with 1 year left in the term.
Yeah.
Somebody is voted in
No.
for just my 1 year, that's the same thing.
I understand that, but
That's what
why would these people be on this list if they weren't up their 3 years, if they weren't up their term?
But their term ends, just like my term ends at the end of next year, and the new person will have to have their term end at the next year. It would be the same thing with these guys. They could have started with 2 years left in the term.
But I don't see anyone on here that left and came back on. These names have been on this committee for quite some time.
At this point, I don't think we're moving our conversation forward at all, and I don't think it's informing the vote about anything. We can certainly ask Peak to look at the terms for that and try and figure out if they can do some staggering to make it a little more straightforward. But I don't think we're going to change how they operate this evening or their bylaws, and I think that is where the questions need to be focused on, is in the bylaws and how their operating rules are. It's not something that the council is going to be changing. That would be within the organization to change. But tonight we have a slate of 5 officers and 1 proposed to vote on, and I'd like to confine our conversation to that so that we can move forward, because it's 11:03. And we still have a couple more things to do. Does everybody feel comfortable on voting on this? We'll move the vote. Resolution 21-44 with a slate of 5 officers, and Amanda is abstaining. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, we'll do a roll call. Jason?
Nay.
Tim?
Aye.
Pete?
Aye.
Brent?
Aye.
Mike?
I will vote nay.
And I shall vote aye.
For the record, I want to say it has nothing to do with the personnel on there. They're all very intelligent, very capable. It's the process I
You
disagree.
got that right, mister. No.
I would have said it even if you
You have
weren't.
The affirmative. And we're on to resolution 21-145.
Resolution 21-145, resolved that the town council appoint Elbert Tempesta as code enforcement officer alternate for the following areas: zoning and land use ordinances, shoreline zoning ordinances for the period of January 1st, 2022 through 12/31/2022.
I move we set resolution 21-145 to discussion for a vote.
Second.
Okay, counselors, do you need any additional information?
You've done a wonderful job, and he'll be helping out in January. Our code enforcement officer is going to be away for a while on a leave, and so Elbit will be here. Al will be here.
Any discussion from the audience? Seeing any, we'll move the vote on resolution 21-145. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass.
Resolution 21-146, resolve that the town council appoint Elbit Tempester as licensed plumbing inspector alternate for the period of January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022.
I move we set resolution 21-146 to discussion for a vote.
Second.
Any discussion, counselors? Any discussion from the audience? Not hearing any, we'll move the vote. All those in favor of resolution 21-146, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Discussion items, department reports for 11:30.
Those are all self-explanatory.
Thank you. Reports, audience. Anyone in the audience have a report this evening to the council? Not seeing any, we'll go right to counselors. Jason, you need to start us off?
No report.
Tim?
No report. I'm just going to say, well, this is my last meeting. Like I said my druthers at the last meeting before that. Again, thank each and every person that voted for me all these years to put me in office. It was a pleasure to do it. It's been a long 24 years. Yeah, but you know, the thing of it is it was an honor to serve. And you know, if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it. Yes, I would, because I think that if you care about your town, and regardless of how votes go, you care about your town, you care about where your kids are growing up, your grandkids are growing up, and the quality of life that your town's going to have. When your town calls for you to get involved, you should. And I think you owe that to your town to make it a better place. There's a lot of apathy in this world these days, and I don't think that enough people get involved in this stuff. And it's not easy. It takes away a lot of time from your family. It takes a lot of time away from your life. Like I said, I was 39 years old when I got on here. I'm now 63. Time goes by like a shot. I've had a lot of good people that I've worked with, and I've had good mayors to work for, and it's not an easy job. And I do want to say publicly that I appreciate each and every one of you that I've done. I don't want to leave anybody out. Heather, I've enjoyed very much so you being there, as I did with Mike. And it's not an easy job. And people think, well, you know, you just run a meeting. It's a whole different ballgame when you're sitting in that chair. And it's a different animal, and Mike knows that as well. So, I want to thank each and everybody that supported me all these years, and I'm still going to stay active in the town. But I need to take a little break, and just because it's been 24 years. So and then there's no other reason I'm getting off other than the fact that I need a little downtime, spend a little more time with my family, my grandkids. My family's getting bigger, and. But anyway, Kath, it's been nice working with every one of you guys and the department heads. And like I said, I've learned a lot, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Amanda?
I said my goodbye last time, so I'm not going to go back over that.
It's all good.
This is my last meeting. And I just want to end with saying that on the 16th, a food drive was held to help support the Pittsfield Food Pantry. I want to make sure that I thank and recognize the Pittsfield Police Department and Northern Light Health for actually coordinating the event, Puritan Medical Products for sending their people over for volunteers, Chimbro for providing the trailer that we use to bring the donations to the food pantry, Shop and Save for allowing us to use their entry area to collect donations, all of the volunteers that worked the event, and everyone who donated food or money to support those who are in need. In addition to all of the food items that we were able to collect, we raised $966. That's quite a feat. Much needed for our food pantry. The shelves are looking a little bare, so I'm glad to say that they are not anymore. That's it.
Keith?
I have no report this evening.
Fred?
No report.
Yeah, a couple things I want to say. A couple of quick questions, though. The moderator for next meeting, Catherine, clarification on that. We'll have to have 2 councilors sworn in, and then we would vote for mayor and deputy mayor.
All right, so there's 2 ways to do this, and our town attorney, I mentioned it to her because we had seen her. She suggested the following take place. The town manager, as deputy clerk, opens up the meeting. The flag salute takes place, and the moment of silence. The deputy clerk then swears in the members and will then call for an election. The mayor will be elected. The mayor then calls for the election of the deputy mayor, and then the meeting goes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Also, speaking of elections, we'll have the matter of Councilor Collmore's seat. So I, as a council, would encourage the rest of us to kind of do that ASAP as quickly as possible, because there's going to be a section of town that's not represented. I don't know how they can be represented as well. So, so just a few words I want to say. Amanda, it's been a kick working with you. It really has. You know, with our history and our families. So I'm really glad that you represent us in the state. I think if you want to continue that, I think you can set your own limits on that. I've been very impressed with what you brought to the table. I've been very impressed when you speak. It usually means something, and you come across as you know what you're talking about. So when you start talking, I try to listen. I don't always, but I do at least try, and I don't do that for everybody. So it's been a pleasure working with you, and I hope that that's not a final. But we'll see you around, I'm sure. But you know, maybe after you run for governor and you get your 4 years in, you'll come back to our humble little town. So thank you. It's been a kick. Heather, I appreciate your time too. You know, it's not an easy job, even if you stay here in the bullpen. So I do appreciate the effort you put in. You have always been prepared. You always have the right thing to say. And as before, I don't always agree, nor do I have to agree, but I do respect your preparation. I respect your knowledge of the job. I respect the way that you try to be fair and a good moderator for everybody. So I appreciate the time you put in. It's a thankless job at times, and you know, because of me, we don't get paid for it either. So it's something you can blame me. You remember that, right? Yeah, that's me. So thank you very much, and you know, best of luck with Pete, and hope to see a lot of great things from all of them, and even more so with you on there. So appreciate it. And Tim, I'll save the best for last. I have been honored and thrilled to serve with you. You know, it'll be one of those times that, yeah, and I'll be the old man with great grandkids crawling all over my lap. Yeah, I served with that old duffer.
That old buzzard, yeah.
Yeah. he was not only a fellow counselor, someone I can call a friend. So I won't get into a whole lot more details. We haven't got time tonight. So it's been a real pleasure working with you, Tim. And as before, we didn't always have to agree. That's what democracy is. But I've always been able to, after the meeting, look you in the eye and have a decent, reasonable, honest, heart-to-heart talk. You know, whether we're miles away or right on the same page. I've always enjoyed working with you. Always.
Thank you.
And I hope to, again, in maybe some other facet or format, or who knows. So, good luck
So
to
is
you.
the cheese fairy.
Yeah. I know, the 2 times I volunteered, I wasn't able to follow through. I know. And legitimately, I really was really excited to wear wings and a little tutu.
Bob Stackhouse, he designated hit it for you that day, so you're all set.
Okay. Awesome. So, it's not goodbye to any of you, it's see you later. So,
Thank you, Mike.
thank you, sir. My pleasure. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said last meeting, I said that I would save my remarks for tonight, and I will be quick. I timed it. It's less than 6 minutes. So all town councilors receive a copy of Maine Town and City. It's a publication. It's a magazine for government officials, elected officials. In the November 2021 issue, there was an interview with the incoming MMA president, Jim Bennett. He's been a municipal manager for nearly 40 years. And there's some things in the article that really struck a chord with me. And he said, quote, "Everyone wants to live in a place where they feel like they have a voice and it is special and valuable, not only to them, but to their neighbors. That has eroded, most especially with the pandemic, which physically kept people apart from their neighbors and their communities. The sense that we are all in this together has been fractured by the politics of division. Attitudes will swing back at some point, but not without really hard work. There's no group that is in better position to turn this around than the people that make Maine local government work." He went on to say, "No matter the role that you serve in local government, each of us has been trusted with something that's very important. I believe that our neighbors want to be proud of where they grew up and where they live now. A story about one's hometown is always grounded in pride. Every person in local government, the volunteers that serve on committees, the employees, and the elected leadership, is given the awesome responsibility of making a difference. All of us are temporary custodians of the positions that we hold. Whether a new or a long-time holder of these positions, approach your responsibility with a keen understanding of the opportunity that you have to make your community a place that everyone is proud to call home." End quote. Tim Nichols is a person who has given a long time of service to the town and has been a steady presence on the council for the entire time that I've been serving. He often takes us down memory lane when we've lost a community member, reminding us of past contributions. When we're discussing the upcoming projects, he's the voice of reason, always reminding the council to think about the taxpayers, most especially those on fixed incomes that would feel an increase in the tax rate most acutely. I admire his commitment to the community through his service on numerous committees like the Recycling Committee. He's diligently served as the council's representative since the committee was formed. Tim has also volunteered to serve on the tougher committees like the Labor Negotiations Committee and Executive Search Committee. His years of work experience have been a valuable asset to the town, and his commitment to service sets an example matched by few. Often coming to council meetings before going to work an overnight shift. Tim, I applaud your service to the community and thank you for your commitment for all of these years, and it has been a pleasure serving with you.
Thank you.
Amanda Cullimore is a relative newcomer to service as an elected official, and your work on the Council and Finance Committee has been thoughtful, and your pertinent questions move our discussions forward. I wish you well as you transition out of local service to concentrate on representing the town of Pittsfield at the state level. Thank you for your time and your dedication to the town. Again, from Jim Bennett. When asked what do you think is the most important, what the most misunderstood aspect of running a town or city is, and he shared, quote, "In the private sector, if there is a decision to be made, there is usually one person that holds more than 50% of the formal or informal authority to make that decision. No single person in local government has anywhere near that authority. Any person that thinks they have that much power, or any person that believes someone does or desires that much, will be sadly deceived. Achieving great results in local government requires the work of many. It requires many to arrive to a common goal, a common strategy, a common purpose. The really great leaders make this work look easy, and it is anything but. Every day is a new opportunity to make a difference. We are entrusted with the awesome responsibility of making the place that we work and call home a place where others want to be proud of. End quote. I want to thank Catherine, the department heads, and all the town employees that have been working so hard for the community. The work they often do is taken for granted, and they do not get the appreciation and the accolades that they truly deserve to acknowledge the work that they've done. This is most especially true over the last 2 years that we've been dealing with COVID. They have worked very hard to keep town services running, and they all deserve our thanks for their service and their continued dedication to the town. Lastly, I'd like to thank the council for affording me the privilege of serving as your mayor for the last 2 years. It really has been a deep honor to serve the town. It truly has been quite an experience with a steep learning curve. As the year wraps up, this term of my service is coming to an end, and 2022 is just around the corner, and there are good things coming to Pittsfield, including expansion of the airport and a revitalization project for the downtown streets. There's always more work to be done, like continuing to streamline budgets while improving services in our town departments and expanding economic opportunities for businesses to grow, as well as encourage establishment of new ones. I look forward to the opportunity to join the council again to be part of these future developments. I want to wish everyone happy holidays and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
I'll second it.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Did everyone have a chance to sign the document here that's going to sign?
No.
Goodbye.
I have not. Oh.
There's Bush. Did you see Bush hogging? Did you see that? Who? The Bush hog.